Yo, Ryan, I got a favor to ask.
Hello there, Friday night tubers. BlueAnkylo here, mostly. Just getting ready for some more Factorio Friday. Hey there, Rob. Yeah, and David as well, of course. Ankylo's gone wild. Yep, you got it. Ah, hey there, Char as well. Maybe I can, actually, seeing as we lost the BlueAnkylo bot for the moment, one of these days I'll build a new one. Wonder how hard it would be to make it in Factorio, to make a RNG bot response. Probably a lot of work, but, you know. That'd be a worthy goal. And Dark Angel's in. Awesome, awesome. More and more people. Yeah, we'll be getting started here in just a couple more minutes. Had a home hamburger rush right before the stream, so catching up now. Is Factorio Turing complete? I've never tested it. I'm going to guess that with mods, probably. Because that's not super hard to do nowadays in video games. Maybe not vanilla, but I'm not sure. I never really got into logic much in Factorio, actually. Alright, let's switch over here. Looks like the stream is working about as well as it always does, except for the days when it doesn't. Alright. Oh, right, music. That's one of my little things I like to show. Today's music, for now, is, what's the name of the album, though? It's just The Finalist Fantasy. Hey, there's Izik. Yeah, these are probably better stream times than my middle of the night streams, but it's always hard to get a good time when lots of people are available. There's always someone who's not. Fantasy random encounter. Alright, there we go. People want to look it up. That's all they need. Well, then I need to show it. Okay, let's turn off the pre-stream setup. Let's get started here. So, Factorio. We've been streaming this for quite a while now. Not consistently every night or anything, but for quite a few streams. Without getting super deep into it, you know, obviously it's modded. The main mods are Krastorio 2 and kind of a tech rebalance remake. Not specifically difficulty, but a little bit harder than vanilla. Not as bad as some of the mods that really make every step a huge grind and complicated. So it's kind of a nice mid-tier complexity mod. And then the real one that I'm excited for, we're finally getting to it, is space exploration with new planets and moons and resources and logistics. It's looking real cool, but it takes a long time to get there. That's for sure, especially if you're a slow Ankylo like me. And other than that, all the other mods are basically just support mods, quality of life, you know, nothing too heavy. And all, as far as I remember, all recommended or approved to work with those two in combo. So it's a very simple installation for people who want to give it a shot. Alright, our base. So, this is our base. We've been working on it for a while. It's fully walled in, I believe. No enemies get through anymore. Most of our power, it's actually wind turbines, the weakest of generators. But also free, 24/7, never break down except for when a meteor lands on them. So that's fun. The inside of our base is, you know, as you would expect from most Factorio bases, a bit of a mess. Especially because this is like base number 1 early base. And we've basically, at this point, ran out of most of our starting resources. There's still a little bit of iron here, but this is going to run out anytime. So iron is almost out. Copper that was in our base is gone. Our secondary copper was over here. Up this area, it's gone as well now at this point. We've still got a fair amount of stone, and basically no coal, and that's it. Like, there's no other resources in our walls. So you might be thinking, Blue, you're doomed, because, you know, there's a pretty high level of biters outside. It's not very easy to expand. But, thankfully for us, one of the features of this mod is, in addition to being able to plant trees, there's these core seams, and they will provide us... you can see how it works here. Some stuff comes out. These are core fragments. They get pulverized in these machines, and they get turned into everything. Iron, copper, coal, stone, crude oil, water, mineral water, and also pyroflux, or, you know, basically magma. So we've got one of these mines working, and it does draw a lot of power and pollution. But we've got 7 or 8 of these pulverizers all sorted together into a mega warehouse, and then cooked or processed as we need. And the pyroflux is used to heat water, and that actually provides us enough power to net neutral the power cost of this, I believe. So it doesn't actually use a lot of electricity like you might expect. We're not using any coal power. For one, there's not enough coal, so between the wind and the steam powered by you know, magma steam turbines, kind of. Yeah, I'd say we're doing pretty well. We've got the base is split up into a variety of sections, as always. Oil processing is sort of here. It used to be at the edge, but now it's becoming the middle because there's the rockets, which needed like 1 million belts to set up the rocket manufacturing. This is the most complicated, probably, of all the things. Hey there, Melior. Some of the tracks on this this album are just a little bit too hardcore. Anyway, the rocket launching, I've turned it off for the moment, just by disabling the fuel, because we've launched enough, and we can also see a cool amount of. I guess it's the planet viewer I wanted to go to. We've actually been every satellite we launch discovers another moon or planet in our system, which is really cool. We've also found like the asteroid belt, and there's a whole bunch of stuff for us to do. We just can't get off our planet yet. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but once we can send cargo rockets, I'm assuming we'll travel or something, send bots, and start getting resources from other places, like this nice little moon that has no enemies, and a bunch of resources that we really could use, including a metric ton of oil. So yeah, that's the kind of thing we'd like to do. We'll see if we can get there today or not. And okay, back here. So yeah, we turned off rockets. They also give us telemetry, which is what we needed for our current tier of science. And that heads in right into this area. So you can see we've got tons of this stuff from our previous launches. So I don't think we need to launch any more rockets for a while. Until we start running out of telemetry, basically. Or we just want to do it. But our base is running out of resources, so we're not really able to keep up manufacturing of other sciences at this point. It's really getting to the point where explaining the whole base would take a long time. Iron line is up top. Copper line comes in from the south. Oil comes in from the south. Stone comes in from the southeast. And that's the gist of it. There's a couple new major things that aren't in vanilla, like greenhouses for trees. You need trees for electric circuit boards, as well as refining iron into steel. But yeah, I've got all the basic early game, mid game kind of factories at this point. I think I'm still missing some things, like some of the power poles and advanced inserters, which we just never got around to. But most of the stuff I like is in my logistics network for I don't know why I put that there. It just, you know, the bots handle a lot of the basic stuff. Now, we don't have the advanced logistics or anything for the bots, so they can move some stuff around, but they can't, there's no active requester chests and smart chests really yet. So that'll come, you know, at a later date in this mod. It's pretty high level tech, actually. Okay, so let's see. If I remember correctly, the main problem we had recently was a resource shortage. And I was trying to improve our income. And that required hooking up and configuring these core seam drills. And that's not... I just went right by it. Yeah, it's not super easy because any one of these pulverizers has to have everything in it get withdrawn. If any one of these outputs is bottlenecked, it will stop working, and therefore everything else will stop. So let's say we weren't handling uranium. Well, uranium comes out at a pretty low amount, but let's say even just stone or something, right? Like 8 stone per cycle. If we weren't storing the stone or handling it, eventually, even a gigantic thing like this, the stone would back up, fill it up, and then the copper, the iron, the coal, the raw metals, uranium, whatever else we needed, the oil, all that stuff would stop. So I've been having a hard time trying to figure out how I want to handle that, and I still don't really have a full-on solution. It's also doesn't have a huge throughput. We're currently using all of the copper from one drill at 100%. It's not backed up yet. And we only get enough copper. These aren't actually running. I'm getting it smelted up here in my original copper smelter. And I'm even doing the more advanced production where we add sulfuric acid to enrich it, which gives us about 25% more copper plates at the end of the day. But basically, one drill at 100% still only gives us enough copper for, well, you can count them out, green lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 or so electric furnaces of copper isn't really that much. So we're going to want to expand that pretty quickly, because that's going to be a major bottleneck for our base. If I ever turn on the science, the copper comes in here, and we probably can't even cut up with copper wiring if they all turned on at once. They burn through that real fast. And I don't think I've hooked up the iron yet. I just need to belt it over here, basically. But I was trying to use up the very last dregs of our base iron, and then I'll move that over as well. And I was doing some calculations about whether or not, I think at the end of last stream, I did some calculations on if 32 crude oil would be enough to smelt the copper and iron using the acid. And the answer is definitely yes. Easily. So I don't have to worry about my own... I can actually save the acid, basically, from my petroleum main line, which is used for other plastic and other processes. And my smelting gas and acid can basically come out of the mine itself, the core drill itself. So I'll be changing this system a little bit. Probably move these around at some point. Yeah, I mean, there's some things to change for sure. But let's... what I want to do is make a couple refineries, and I'm just going to do the math first here. We have speed 2 modules. There's oh yeah, for research, we're still kind of just blasting through the last of the rocket science tech. Although we can't do stuff like this that needs space science. But we've got the rocket tech cards, and we're getting... The next level is basically getting all of this rocket landing cargo pad, space assemblers and stuff. That's the next tier. And I think we need to get our resources a little bit more under control before we head on off into this kind of stuff. Because I think a lot of these machines are pretty expensive, and I'm quite confident we'll be running out of a lot of things. Anyway, let's... what was I saying? I want to make... Okay. I'm going to pick a different album. I didn't realize that most of this was kind of heavy metal, pretty heavy stuff. I kind of want... I like my background music to be a little chill when I'm talking. Don't want it to totally overwhelm me while I'm trying to speak. It would maybe fit better if we were playing, like, some Doom or something, right? I'm a little bit picky with my music while I'm trying to stream. Alright, we'll see how this goes. It's a bit quieter, it's a bit chiller. Should still be good music. I should just stick sometimes to the basic game soundtracks, actually. Alright, this is... For those who are excited about it, Chrono Symphonic. Alright, meanwhile I heard some alerts. What happened? Sounds like probably some meteor or something. No, we're just constantly under attack up north. Don't worry about that, that's fine. Okay. Interrupted only 3 times. Let's see if I can start this build. So I need some oil refineries. Which are these guys. Build a couple of those. A couple of chemical plants. Now, there are surely some in my logistic system that I threw away. So I can request those temporarily and see if they show up. As long as I'm inside my network. Maybe not quite. I guess I could make another Roboport. Would have been really nice if I made like a automatic Roboport assembler somewhere, but I think I really didn't have a lot of steel, so I didn't want to do it ahead of time. Alright, let's just put this over here, give it a little bit of power, and that'll keep things running for the build. Okay, so what I want to do is potentially refine 32 times 8 crude oil per... Well, not per second. It's actually much slower than that. These guys work at a crafting speed of 2, and it takes 20 seconds, so 10 seconds. So each one of these gets us 3.2 oil per second, times 8. It's actually times 7.5 technically, but we'll just go with times 8. That's 8 times 3.2, 24, 25.6. That might be quite a few refineries, actually. Just want the gas. We'll need to get water in there as well, as always. So these guys, their speed of consumption is 20 per second. So we'll need 4 and a little, but 4 is probably enough. 4 refineries running full speed will give us 80 per second, and that's almost enough. Enough that it's close enough, I don't care. So we're going to want 1 more of those. Now I should try to... Well, spacing is always a bit of a problem. I have to move the robot forward. I mean, honestly, setting up refineries is one of those things you should probably do properly. They're such a large pain in the neck for piping and wiring that you should probably have a nice big area and kind of plan it out ahead of time. Okay, well the oil, we'll just... How do I want to do it? The oil we'll do underground. I really should have lined it up with one of these. It's fine. This way, there's just less risk of filling up the wrong pipes with water or oil. That should fill up all up with oil. Then we just need to get the water involved, which we can do basically with the same pattern, except 1 tile south. And then we just have to connect it up to the water line. Now, if we were ever on a planet that had actually no water income, we might have to do this some way differently. For us, though, I know I've got water, like, right here, so I can just borrow this water. It seems very unlikely that we're ever going to run out of water from one offshore pump, but maybe we can set up enough machines off of a single one that eventually it'll run low, but somehow I just don't think it's going to happen here. Okay, step 1, gas. Step 2, we're under attack again. This place gets attacked a lot. I don't even feel like we're polluting up this area because it's so far away from my it's so far away from my industrial base. I don't know why we get attacked so much. And there's a gigantic base, but the only pollution I think is what's caused by the flamethrower turrets. And there's only 2 of those. It's kind of annoying, but I just don't have the energy to deal with that right now. So let's deal with this gas. So the gas actually isn't what we want for this part. We want it to turn into acid. Sulfuric acid is why we have some of these chemical plants. Also, a bunch of vegetable plants. Let me look at how these work again. Sulfur is just more water, as always, and the gas to turn into sulfur. But then we'll need another one where we take the sulfur, add even more water, and some iron. And this time I want to automate the iron because we didn't do that properly last time. So I think I want to take this gas for a little bit of a ride before we set that up. I think I want to use probably to the left here, if I can make it. And then just have this iron, which isn't really being used, feed into the sulfuric acid. That way it should never run out because it's an infinite source. And in our current acid, that's one of the things I didn't do properly. What? Something happened. Alright, so a meteor hit a space platform that I guess the game thinks is mine. But it's not really mine. I can't even get here. This is actually higher tech than anything I can build. So I'm going to have this alert for a while until it shuts up. Because there's nothing I can do about that. Well, there probably is. There's probably a way to turn alerts off. This iron is being used to turn into steel, so it's not completely unused, but I don't think we'll need this much. Alright, so then I want the acid. This is a little bit tricky to pipe it over, but... or not the acid, the gas. Let's... We'll just put it one tile below all the other horizontal pipes. You know, a little bit spaghetti, but it's underground spaghetti, and it's flavorful. It's a tasty kind of underground spaghetti. Okay, and we'll say probably good around here to go south. Alright, so then the setup is... I also need water. Now, I could, and I don't know if this will even work. I can steal the water that's the exhaust from these. The thing is, I have it running into a burner, so we might run out of water with just that connected, but we'll see if we can hook that up for convenience sake. Is this not connected? Yep. Blue, you missed one. There's got to be a way to get rid of this. I really don't care that somewhere on some random satellite that I don't even know about, there's a meteor landing. Okay. What is going on? Having a really hard time getting out of whatever that view mode was. There's just too many hotkeys. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, so we want... Probably like this, right? We can do... Oh, I need to know which input is which. I don't think you can switch... This is... I don't think you can switch the inputs. Yeah, this is fine. Just wanted to make sure the gas one lined up. Now, how many of these will we need? The question that I asked myself. So we're gonna make... we're gonna consume... Math time with me, BlueAnkylo. About 80 crude oil per second. If all these are running full speed, we'll be getting 4 of these running. So 90 gas each every 5 seconds. So times 4, that's 360. Divided by 5, that's 72? Maybe? Something like 72. I'm sure someone in chat can fix that if I'm totally off. Oh, I can't do it like this. Each one of these consumes 30 gas per second. Oh, thanks for the Prime sub there over there on Twitch. There, thanks. Oh, Melior. I see. Just one of our YouTube people, I think. All right, so 30 per second. I said 72. I'm gonna say 3 should surely be enough, unless I've done the math really wrong. I'm just gonna put a space in. I generally don't like putting spaces in between my buildings. Just, it's one of my own little quirks. But it's just gonna be a lot easier to connect up the pipes, so I'll just have to get over myself. No. Dang. You gotta be really careful putting those pipes down. That's why I generally use mostly undergrounds. Alright. That should get them working. On the plus side, by having the interior space, you know, it does technically give you a nice spot for the power lines. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to get enough water yet, and that's because right now the water is going to the right. Is actually getting pumped into a steam... Yeah, into the... It's getting consumed by a couple things. I think I wanted the excess water to go up this way and then get burned at the flare stack. But I also wanted some to get used by the cleaner here, which reminds me that I need to craft a few of those wherever they are. I should automate that. Coal, plastic, steel. Should definitely automate that. Definitely doesn't feel like we're going to get enough water. Just being real picky tonight with the music. What would happen if we added a little pump to the left here? I try so hard to keep inventory clean, and then I never know where they put the pumps. It just doesn't look like a pump. Okay, that doesn't even fit. We'll have to do it like this. Nope. Alright, that should give us some push to the left, but... Well, we'll see if they get enough water. The answer is they probably won't. I'll fix that later. It's fine. The second question is... We want the iron now... But how many machines worth of sulfur are we going to get? I'm really annoyed by this alert that I cannot get rid of. Stupid meteors. Yeah, so sulfuric acid uses 5 sulfur per second. Okay. And we're going to get 2 per second. Oh boy, that's not very much. No, I clicked the wrong thing. No, I clicked the right thing. I get 100 sulfuric acid. I spend 10 sulfur for 2 seconds. 5 sulfur per second, simple blue. And we're going to get 2 per second. So we're actually barely able to run one of these off of... Because 2.5 would give me one of these. And I think that's all we're going to get enough... petroleum for, because we are only going to get 72, and we're consuming 30, 60, 90, but we're only getting 72 of it. So actually, this should work out pretty close to exactly enough for one sulfuric acid plant. However, this will require a little bit of belting. I'll need to get that water in here as well. Actually, I'm going to move this over one tile. So this will simplify things, I think. I'll still need more water probably than we're getting. And then we just need the iron. And this time the iron is infinite. And we should be getting the acid we want out of there. But we need water. Okay. So this is a dumb idea. Well, it's not a dumb idea, but this is not a good solution. So we need a more permanent water solution. We're not too far away from the coast, but there's probably... Honestly... I'm sure I have fresh water somewhere around. These guys use water. Where do you get your water from? Wherever it is, they got lots. So yeah, we'll just steal these guys' water. I think we'll go right, or we'll go left here. And I'll just connect it up along this line. It's not like the least number of pipes you could use, but it'll get the job done. Okay. So that'll be a better use for the water. As long as this is coming from an offshore pump, then I don't have to worry about the same problem. This is why I just want to, you know, dump away all the excess water from these. It's just a hassle to balance it. Yeah, I get you, Melior. Happens to me a lot too. I don't use Twitch very much, as I stream there. Okay, so we've got the acid. It's kind of in the right place for smelting, although it's kind of in the way. Thing is, we actually don't want to use these inefficient things. We want to use the we want to do the extra step, the enrichment. Oh, while I am waiting for that to craft, let me refill this with those filters. Finishes crafting one thing right as I'm trying to control click in. Alright, and that'll get the air filters just in case the pollution's getting rough around here. I don't know how exactly I lost all the ones that were in this loop. They should just go in, get dirty, come out, get cleaned, come out, circle around. But somehow we lost them all eventually. It's kind of weird. Well, we'll see how long that lasts anyway. Alright, intermediary acid tank. And that stores a tremendous amount. That'll last us a long, long time. Okay, so for now, I want to connect this to my copper refinement. And now, I know this is kind of getting in the way of a lot of stuff, but we're gonna go up and then right. And hope this doesn't cause us too many problems down the line. The full Factorial gameplay loop. Hope. Just connect it up, and then be mad at yourself 20 hours later when you realize that this doesn't work. If only I had just done this better the first time. Okay, so all we need is this acid to connect up here, actually. This is the acid input. And then we disconnect the acid... the old acid input. So that did line up pretty well. And now this is separated. So the acid from our oil, the pipe jacks, you know, the underground oil, just feeds into plastic and other base uses. And we shouldn't run into a situation where the ore stops because something happened to our crude oil or petroleum usage. And that did happen to us last stream. So now it should be independent, and these will run as quickly as they can get ore. And we need to get more copper ore. That's on the list, the agenda. And I have to figure out what I want to do, because I think, you know, we've got 1 core drill, 2 core drill, maybe 3, maybe 4. It seems like maybe I should just have them all combine up and then just do the whole thing all at one spot. But that'll be a pretty big project, because I'll need 4 times as many of these. I'll have to reposition a lot of stuff. I'll need to change a little bit about how this works. Maybe we'll do it... Actually, maybe I should just do it in this big open area up here. Yeah. Make a secondary core mining area and just use the desert where there's tons of space. I barely have to touch. There's not even very many rocks or trees left. Let's get some landfill and a couple core drills. We can do this. This will be fine. I actually think this will be much better. It's going to take some work, but it'll be worth it. Core drill. Where are you at? We need 40 electric mining drills and a ton of concrete. Yeah, this is going to take a little while. I could even be fancy and make the ground concrete as well. That'd be something interesting. So I need just tons of bricks and iron plates mostly to make these. And it's going to take some time. Oh, hold on. We do not craft 60 electric engines. All right, let's do this piece by piece. We need the electric mining drills. Let's craft those until I run out of motors. And then grab... Well, the bots will recharge us while we're getting going here. So this is going to be a pretty big build. Oh, good. More meteors. What else am I gonna want? I'm gonna need. Oh, this is a mega project for sure. This is gonna take a while. I'm kind of excited. Landfill. That's what I was gonna say. I need more landfill. Because these 2 places we're going to right off the bat are technically on sort of islands. Now I think. Yeah, I was standing pretty close to it. Yeah, it should be enough for one of these. Nope. Yeah, this is what I get for not automating things more. Let's go set one of these up. Or at least get the landfill ready. Sort of have a little bit of a look at our land where we're going to build this. It's actually this one up here. We could get to that one, but it's a bit more work. I'll probably need a bunch of roboports as well. Now, I actually don't need to build all that much of a bridge. It just needs to be enough to make one by one across. Like, that's all we needed. We need to get power over here, and then we just need to belt out the materials. So it's not that complicated. So for power, we'll throw down a 2-pack. And I think we'll probably also want to get Roboport coverage soon. For now, let's just get power. Oh, look at that. Easy. Okay, well that was way easier than I expected. Getting another pack of drills. How are we doing? We got almost 40 electric mining drills. So can we build one of these? Straight up. There we go. Just gotta split them up a little bit. Alright. And then I want to build another Roboport because we'll need some more of those to line this area up. Because we'll probably, you know, I'll probably bring it down a little bit. But we're gonna want the bots to clean this area up a little bit for me. There is some cliffs. I hope I didn't just accidentally It's very easy to accidentally destroy your oil pipes or your power nodes. Okay, and this part doesn't need to be here, really. That's a relic of past adventures. Ah, so I gotta just watch the icon. If I see pipes, I'm not doing it right. Alright, so we're gonna put it down. The big drill. I swear. We just didn't build it yet. It takes 100 seconds to craft it on its own. But that's it. That's all it takes. I mean, it takes a lot of materials and obviously a fair amount of setup to get it there. But... and that's practically all we needed to do. I think I'm still going to want to put a pollute system over here, anti-pollution. Maybe we'll get to that once I get a bit further along, but this seems to be working just fine. Power is, well, what it is. We'll run out of power soon enough. You can't put any modules into this. I suppose if you had one of those beacons later on, you could affect it with a beacon, but we don't have any of that yet. Well, let's see if I can make some roboports. We need some local bots to clean up our mess. I can find those electric motors. That's what I really need the most of here. These guys. So we'll say 4 roboports to start. We'll throw them in a couple storage chests for deconstruction purposes. And then we're going to need at least one more of those super drills. I should really finish automating the concrete. I'm always missing iron rods down here. Okay, so if we look... so the roboparts aren't actually even that far off here. This is pretty good. We want connection up to here. But that, I think, because I'm planning on doing a nice long line here, I can double line underneath it with another layer of roboports. But yeah, actually, we're not nearly as far away from the network as I was originally worried. I'll still throw down a couple storage chests nearby as we're clearing more bulk. There's actually one right there. Oh, that's convenient. Somehow ended up with logistic tech cards of all things. But the cliffs that were nearby are gone now, so you know it's working. Oh, can bots catch you fish? I didn't know you could do that. Nice. I'm gonna chop down the forest that I planted. And I'm gonna decide, do we want to go left to right or right to left. There's another drill down here. I think we actually do the input to the system on the top right and expand sort of leftwards into the base. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Good job, bots. Look at that. Devastation. Alright. They'll get the job done. So yeah, what I'll do is I'll say more cliffs that I don't really want. Alright, we're gonna go to this one. And I think we are under attack. This is a new base that just spawned right near us. I'm just gonna bring the path up through the little hole in our walls here. Seeing as we have the power, we can just build a bridge however we want. All right, we are a few seconds away from this being ready. We will need power. We can probably just belt it along somewhere along there. Come on. Okay. It's not connected to the power network yet. That's basically all we'll need to do. Except for the power, of course. I'm just going to do medium pulls. It's not quite as efficient, but it's easier than putting down more floating tiles. So this needs to be connected somewhere. Now, we could also be switching to cool stuff like what I'm trying to say. Cool stuff like laser turrets, that's the word. Everybody loves laser turrets. Alright, this is where I want the start to be, right here. So we're gonna go... I'm pretty sure one red belt... each side of a red belt can basically hold all of the output from one core drill. Sharks with freaking laser beams, yeah. Maybe one day we'll get there. We're not getting enough power here. We're hitting our capacity now with 3 of these guys connected. That's fine though. I don't actually know the exact throughput. I'm pretty sure half of a red line is enough for one full production, approximately. So that would mean that we can, if we had enough red belts, we could join the left side, these two together, and then we would cook them up to like 15 pulverizers. I'm a little bit concerned that, like, do we not have any more cliff explosives? Or is my logistic network just dead? No, there's lots of idlers. Let's check this attack while we're nearby. Oh, this is so close to our base. They're probably on, like, infinite spawning. let's get this dealt with. There is like a radius to biters where they just spawn continuously rather than waiting. There's a gap in the north wall. Is that where the red belts come in? Because if so, that should be intentional. Okay, there's one more spawner. Gotta shoot through a worm first. Got it. Alright, this anti-material rifle, pretty good. I just wish we could shoot down these worms in less than a minute. That it? Yeah, we got that one cleared out. Good. Although there is some lacking. Oh, I see here. Let's fix this while we're doing things. This is not very important, but might as well clean this up while we're in the area. This feeds into our rare metal mines, but we can get rare metals out of the core seams anyways. This not a big deal. So it looks like this area is probably not connected by the network, the roboports. Yeah. Let's add a couple of these along this right side. Just for safety. That'll help ensure the walls stay up to date, nice and clean, repaired. Alright. Does that look a little better? Yeah, it finishes that loop up. Less likely for the robots to get confused. So we don't have... I thought... Ah, good. See, they're on their way. Perfect. Synchronized bot repair. I thought that we had cliff explosives in the construction network. Clearly, I have made a mistake. So let's go down to our explosive manufactory and see what's going on. I went a little bit too far. Used to be at the edge of the base. Okay, so it got all filled up. So cliff explosives are barrels, grenades, and red explosives. So I've got the red explosives. Oh. I turned it into mortars. Or explosive shells. I didn't turn it into cliff explosives. Well, let's see if we can fix that. Empty barrels, grenades. Grenades are just coal plus iron. There's technically iron here and coal here for a while anyway, until it runs out. So we could make a grenade manufacturing, and then we need barrels, which are also just iron. And then we just gotta connect to the explosives. So basically, without making this super complicated, what is this? I don't know why that's there. That's from a previous build that I lost track of, I think. Yeah. Explosives are also here. Could fit them in there. Actually, that's not bad. Yeah, we'll do it like this. So you're gonna make We're gonna try. We'll see if this works. It's a little bit hacky, hokey pokey. Just throw this in there, see what happens. We will need barrels. Oh, that's steel. Oh, is that what it needs? Empty barrels need steel. Dang it, that doesn't sound like a vanilla recipe. Yeah, space exploration probably. Alright. So that makes it a lot more expensive. Oh. But looky! Right here, it's almost like I planned for this. I definitely did not. We can make it work. Okay, so we'll just take those barrels, put them this way. We still need grenades. And I know I have a place that makes grenades, but it's on the other side of the base. I'm not going to belt it around. Yeah, somehow Blue knew to put that steel manufacturing right there, even though I didn't know I needed steel for this. This will work just fine. Well, if I had power. Alright, and then that goes into a passive provider chest. And now we got cliff explosives. So, they're not the quickest thing to build, but it doesn't matter if it's quick, it just matters that it's automatic. Looks like we might be limited by how many grenades we can build. Well, it only needs one grenade every 8 seconds. Ah, that's perfect. Look at that. Convenience. So we'll just get one cliff explosive every 8 seconds or so. And it'll use a bit of steel, but not that much. One steel or so. Uses a lot of red explosives. Actually, that one I don't think I need to, but I'll upgrade to a fast. Just in case. Okay, so that'll eventually get all of our cliffs dealt with. What's next? I will need one more of those mega drills. That should be enough mining drills. And then we'll have all 4 hooked up. And yeah, so my plan will be for them to feed into the base from up here. Somewhere around here anyway. And that will mean they'll share a line, and they'll be, I think, maximum red belt throughput. So we might as well just start building this belt system. It's gonna... Maybe a little dangerous up here on the north side of the flamethrowers, but... I'm going to need, like, thousands of these red belts, so... Start clearing the world up. What's this? Oh, this is right. This is where I make my chlorine for my raw metals. Most of this stuff... I guess there's still a little bit of coal left, but a lot of this is just going to get demolished fairly soon anyway. That's kind of why I think the desert's the best, because most of the stuff that's in the desert, we don't really need anymore. Alright, this is the chest I wanted. I guess there was more cliffs here than I thought. But we can handle it. Look at me manually smashing rocks. We could save the trees by going underground, but that's not happening on this planet. Alright, and this can connect up. Alright, that'll kill our power for a little while. But that should be 2 drills connected. I'll need to connect my existing one to one more new one, which is the one I'm about to build. And then those 2 can also share a lane, so this can go down. I'm not going to disconnect the main thing here, but this will go down and join up here, and then I will have a second lane. What do I need to automate? I'm a little bit concerned about pollution up here, because it's going to be a big, major build. Coal, plastic, steel. I want to automate some filters somewhere. And I'm just going to find a spot to throw that in somewhere. What did I say? Coal, plastic, steel. Plastic, coal, steel. Even a chest full of steel. So if we just do a little spaghetti upgrade, I think that's all I even need to do. Yeah. Well, not quite. Need like one more time. I need to be right there. It's fine. I'll make it work. Don't worry, guys. We got this. This is to be environmentally friendly. We'll do anything to be clean. Alright, so how am I going to get the coal in here? Or wait. This is supposed to be plastic. Yeah, you know. That's all we need to do. Thank you. Singing. Alright, long inserter. That was the plan. Okay, so, but how will we get the coal in? Well, watch BlueAnkylo to learn amazing tricks. Like, chaining inserters together. I could use a chest, but why use a chest when you don't need it? It's pretty hacky, but hey, you know, you can't complain if it works, right? No complaining, I say. Alright, so that'll get us filters automated. And once we have logistics, this will also let the bots refill stuff once we have like a pollution network. So that'll be nice eventually. That's the reason I didn't rush to this, because we can't actually get the bots to do it yet. But eventually. I'm going to keep some of those for the last one. The last red belt's going to probably use some bridges. So, I think... Where's the pollution... Where's the little machine that uses those filters? This one. Air purifier. These guys will consume 75 pollution per minute. I think that's half as much as the mine, the core drill. Oh wait, this thing actually makes 200 pollution. Woo, hoo, hoo. It's a dirty boy. So we would want 3 each. Something like that. We'll give ourselves a little bit more room for this. Very environmentally friendly. Don't worry. See those fish over there? They know that I'm being environmental. This is all for the sake of the planet, guys. Just paving over the ocean. Yep. Actually, I'm going to try to make it look a little nicer. Dang it. Dang it! I wanted it to look a little nicer, and I ruined it. I think there is a, there's probably a tool for this to fix it. I think the jackhammer might do it. No, this just picks up, like, road tiles. I don't know if there's a way to fix your islands if you put too many down. Right, so this is just going to be a very simple loop. Although I forget which... Maybe I need chemical plants, actually. Super environmentally friendly. Gotta get rid of these steel furnaces. Actually, no. I'm gonna upgrade them to electric furnaces, so it's fine. Okay. Is it not? What do I need to clean this stuff? Filter. It's just an assembly machine. I must have just missed it. I would never miss a recipe. No. The water got polluted? Oh, that's cool. That sounds like something the mods would do, but I don't really remember that happening in vanilla myself. Restore used filter. Alright, so we'll need... I also need a flare stack, or a few of them. Three flare stacks. And 3 offshore pumps. Offshore pumps. I really struggle with pumps. They do not pop out for me. Those are the other types of pumps, not the right kind. This thing. I don't know why, they just don't stand out. That's my excuse. Mine some asbestos? Yes. That's the strategy. Alright, so we're just going to take the polluted water and light it on fire, because apparently you can just do that. Like I said, very environmentally friendly. So the used filters will come out. And clean filters We'll go in. Sure. Dang it. Another power pole. Okay, so in theory... Oh, you know what I should do? I should have a buffer instead. Like a chest buffer. That's fine. So we'll just have them stack up in there, and then we'll fill up a small belt into the main line. That way I can put them in when I get here and refill it. And that should give us our pollution eater. So in theory, 3 of these is, if they're all working, 225 pollution per minute. This guy creates 200, so that's net 25 positive. This thing creates a little bit. This thing creates a little bit. And then that should be a net positive. So we are saving the planet by drilling the core of the planet out of the planet. I'm such a good guy. I definitely need to... I need to fill these up. Once we... Don't let me forget. I actually need to put those all down when we get started. Like, once we actually turn this whole factory on, I need to fill those up with, like, a couple hundred filters so that it doesn't... Someone mentioned there's a hole in the wall. Yeah, I don't know where that came from. Maybe I just deleted it accidentally. Maybe the bots did it when I wasn't looking. I'm sure I usually carry around walls. Huh. Shows what I know. Well, we'll get some walls eventually and I'll fix it. Don't need stone tablets, that's for sure. Alright, while we're building, try to keep my inventory at least halfway decent. Yeah, I can't even copy them because I'm hunting. Yeah, we'll get that fixed. We'll do something similar over here for local pollution. Just pave in the ocean a little bit. Alright, so simple build. Put those 3 again here again. Dirty out. Clean in. You could probably share a belt if you did it with a little bit of care. You could have them share the same line, but I don't want to. Don't think I left quite enough space. Oh! This time it's looking good. Now I still want a buffer chest here. And with that, that should be all we need to do. Other than bring some inserters, some filters to start. All right, once again, that should be pretty clean. We'll probably want to throw some of those pollution filters in the main factory line as well, because the some of the machines use create a fair amount of pollution, but the mines created the majority of it. So if we locally scrub the mine pollution, we shouldn't have too much problem. Famous last words, but we'll see. Also, it's possible the biters can just shoot acid over here and break it anyway. Well, I don't know. I don't know how their pathfinding really works. Okay, so what's next? There's a lot of work to do. So much work to do. So we're going to need a ton of pulverizers. I've got my third and final drill ready to go. Let me get building those pulverizers. We're going to need a lot. They are these... Yeah, this one. So we're going to need, I think, 15... It's 7.5 per drill, if I remember correctly. We need a lot of pipes. At least they don't take like 3 minutes to build like a like the drills do. And surely we've got a chest full of pipes. There we go. So we've got 6. It's 11. What else am I missing? Just concrete. All right. 15 plus 1. That should be enough for half of our builds. Yeah. This will be a fun one. I know we're going to need a lot of these other machines, like red inserters, blue inserters, power lines. While we're in our base, we should just queue some of this up. Speed these guys up a little bit. They'll be making an awful lot of pipes for us, so help them out. Alright, so while we're building a million things, let's go set up the basics for the final drill. We gotta hope that 4 of these bad boys will be enough. Alright. So this one will go north. Oops. And connect up to the main smelting area. The splitting and distribution. And we'll want to have a belt come in. Because eventually we're gonna dismantle all this stuff here, I guess. As much as this was a cool... This was a good proof of concept for how this works. This is basically what we'll be copying up in the desert where there's more space. And instead of having just one simple input, we'll have 4. And then I'll be able to hook up the oil from all of the inputs rather than just splitting them into local areas. Because I think this will be less work and less connections. It's just, getting there. I still want to do that thing. The singing threw me right off as soon as she started singing. Pollution control. I wish there's got to be a way to like shift cue it to the top or something. You can right click to do 5 at a time. You can shift click to do 10 at a time. Control click doesn't seem to do anything. That's a feature they should add in. Okay. I still want to build all that stuff. It's just, I need this now, and I don't want to wait around. So we'll have our local air cleaners get this system done first. Oh, I think I forgot to put a limit on... Yeah, I guess you probably don't need a limit too much on these, but... Because they don't have... They can't... You can't make more. Yeah, the limits... Never mind. Limits don't matter on those. Forget about it. I like to set up a maximum, but sometimes it just doesn't matter. Alright, we need water... Actually, not sure if there's a lot of power in this area, so we'll go to the left here. This is just one of those undeveloped parts of our base that I never really spent much time on. We got the defenses, and that was kind of it. Alright, water in, water out. Just no filters. Once they're hooked up, I guess I probably need to actually insert them. Believe it or not, you do need inserters for these to work. Alright, so... Let's run west to east connection belt. Something like that. Oh, we can always move this later if we absolutely have to, but hopefully this lines up pretty well with where I want it to be. Now we do have one of the things that's nice is we have the exoskeleton suits in our power armor now, so we're moving 40% faster than normal at least. It's something that should be appreciated. Oh, that thing's in the way. Not for long. All right, so we made it over halfway. Problem is we do have to belt, you know, because of how I want to do this, I'm going to belt the output from both of these all the way up here as well, which will be another project. But that will put all the production from raw material to iron plates in one location. And then I can eventually remove all of that from here. And I'll probably just rebuild a proper base better. But we'll have a bit more coordinated planning. And it's in a desert with a lot more space, so it should help. Looks like we're not getting enough gears. I always said this was not going to hold up if we ever use things Looks like we can run two tier 2s at full speed. We don't even have the tier 3 assemblers yet. It's crazy. If you see anything that's really bottlenecked, it's probably nice to help out the machine next to it or something, but... Alright. Back to belting. Stupid alert. Alright, might not be a perfect lineup, but that was about where I wanted it to match. Yeah, because it's just going to use... It's just going to go straight down from here once I'm done, I think. Yeah, I'll just leave that there. You know, I'll have to disconnect everything anyway eventually, but that will connect up. Maybe not perfectly in a straight line, but close enough once we want it to. And with that, well, we're not done. How do we want to do this? I think I'm just going to make a bridge. Oh, good, another meteor. Doesn't matter. Oh, those guys are out of ammo again. I feel like I just restocked their ammo. Something I think I did last stream. Well, we should probably make sure that our defenses don't fall. Also, oh no, I got mine. Yep, this is all for the environment. If the environment gets in your way, you just throw down some concrete. That's the solution to your problems. I think that's what we do in the real world, honestly. Trees, water, grass, whatever, concrete. So we're gonna want to line this up. Maybe we'll do a little bypass of the forest. Maybe we won't destroy the forest this time. Just for a change. Alright, Druid hippies in the chat. You're welcome. Save the trees. This is kind of obnoxious. Those cliff trees better be thankful. Okay, where are we? Or actually, a good part of the distance there. Dang, these cliffs. The scenic route. Yeah, exactly. We just go underneath another drill. That makes sense. I just the little bit of OCD in me can't handle all these underground dumb directions. Sometimes you just gotta fix things. Yeah, blow it up. Environmentalism with explosives. We are so good for the environment, guys. We're just fixing this planet right up. bringing industry to the natives as you do. Alright, we can just follow this. Now, to continue the scenic route, we had the tree line. Now let's do the oil line. Alright, we made it, I would say, over 3/4 of the distance. And then I ran out of belts. And that means we're, like, out of red belts now, because we weren't making them very quickly. We are pretty low on the coal. How's that old rare metal area doing? Needs a bigger storage. I kind of just want this part, like I want to get all the ore out of the ground here. It's got 200,000 to go. Okay, we might not make it. But I just want to pave over this area. So we need to keep this production going. This will definitely get the point through. There you go. Just use warehouses. And that should turn these back on. Eventually clear out that deposit. I mean, it's just a dead end. It's not like we're using it, but there. All right, we did get some red belts, but I probably need more. Let's give the bot some work. We're just, terraforming a little bit. There's all these ugly cliffs all around our base. It'll be easier to put down wind turbines if we get rid of them. Oh no. I tagged 2 pipes. Okay. Should have connected it again. The roving band of drones with bombs is pretty cool, though. I wish they could do that to the biters. Yeah, I do really enjoy that. Bots are the best. Well, we're making a fair amount of red belt. Oh, look, some cliffs. It'd be a shame if something happened to them. We'll do a little bypass. Alright. This is about close enough at this point, because everything here is going to take up a lot of space. But eventually, this will have 2 sides of a red line fully loaded with core fragments, and the south will also have 2 sides of a red line fully loaded. So that should be 30 items per second on each belt. Time for a new soundtrack. And we're getting some repeats. What should we play today? I think maybe not even OC remix today. I just want some nice Final Fantasy music. From the Pixel Remaster. Yeah, that'll do. Less chance of heavy metal and pop and whatever other stuff. Have you tried drone bombing the biters? I don't think it'll work against the kind of biters that I'm struggling with. The super strong, they're like 90% evolved or something. Mega biters. But, I mean, you could have the drones deploy laser turrets and power poles and stuff. That would probably get the job done. Okay, so we're gonna do at least the basics of the layout to get it started. Because spacing is a big issue. I actually think, because of my defenses, I want to leave just a couple there. And we're just going to actually go above it, I think. This will be the input side for the 2 northern drills. And it should feed 15 of these. I'm pretty sure. So that's a lot. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I mean, yeah, that's a couple. Actually, this is a bit silly. I'm changing my mind a little bit about how I want to do this. Nah. See, like, I could have the left side come from the left, the right side come from the right. Nah, this is fine. This is kind of like using a few extra belts, but I think I'm happier with this design. This way I can add to it easier. If it turns out 15's not enough, I can add 16, 17 pretty easily. Otherwise, I'd have to, like, shift the left and right inputs a bit, and now, one thing we could do, we could throw productivity modules in these. Because one of our major bottlenecks is how, like, this is a technically infinite input from the drills. They should never run out. Actually, I don't know if the multiplier, in fact, that's something to check. In theory, there's diminishing returns with multiple drills on the same planet. I don't actually know how we would... It says, endless extraction has diminishing returns with multiple used on the same body. We're on the same planet here. So I don't know how much of a decrease we're getting for having 4. And we're also not getting enough power either. That'll fix once we finish this build, we'll have tons of power. Oops. Do I need wood for anything? No. I'm not requesting wood. It just ends up in my inventory. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure how much we'll get out of these. So this is part of the experiment, is to find out if this is as much as we're getting or not. But right, so what I was saying was there is a technically infinite input. It'll never run out from the core drills, as far as I know, unless there's a bottleneck. So you don't need productivity for the same reason you would in a normal mining patch where you're like, if I don't get every last piece, I'm going to run out. But this time, it's more about throughput. An extra 20% productivity just means we get 20% more... Well, no, because it's the time... Yeah, it's not quite as simple. Because the productivity modules decrease the speed. And that would throw off the math. Oh, I can't do it like this. Let me consult with my original design. Remember the original design? There's a reason why I had a test build. We need a 2-tile gap to deal with liquids between each one of them. So let's add another bunch of space. Oops. I knew I had a reason for the test build. Dang it. Oh no. Oh no. They've already started doing their job. Oh, this is bad. I shouldn't have turned them on. I shouldn't have powered them up. Blue has made mistake. I got lots of med kits. go fast. This is the... Oh, come on. This is too much junk. It's too much uranium is what's killing us. Yeah, so this is why you don't hook up the inputs until you've got the spacing figured out. Alright. Reasonably cleaned up. Alright, let's try this again. So. Two spots. And that lets us connect up water, oil. Actually, not the oil. The oil goes down. But the mineral water needs to be out. And then the normal water has to come out of the right side of each of these. So like I can put a pipe there so I remember. Those always have to have a spot. And it has to go up or down because I can't connect it through this tile. So it needs to be... It can't be a 1 gap. It has to be a 2 gap. And it has to go up or down to escape. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Anyone keeping count? It's gonna be half my whole planet just for pulverizers. That might be enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Right, a couple extra. You know what? We'll have 1 extra. We'll go to 16 for downtime. That way it should work a little bit faster than the drills. Hopefully I don't make any more mistakes for the connections. Okay, input. And then the output is just a whole bunch of pipes out. We actually could have water go up. And no. We'll have everything connect down below. Yeah, this is a pretty large build. And this is only half of it. Like, this is 2 of our drills out of the 4. How we're going to connect up the other 15 or 16 of these machines, that's another question. Meanwhile, constantly under attack, because the biters have no chill. Uh-oh. They picked a new spot to attack. And they already broke through. Well. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. I did think this might have happened. I mean, I haven't even turned anything on. Well, no, I guess this thing has been causing some pollution. I didn't really mean to turn it on, but once I connected the power, it just started filling up the belt, so. Probably the best thing is to not even let the drill turn on until you're ready to go. I needed to fill up some turrets too. Let's go get some ammo. I know I've seen my left northwest part of my base is also out of ammunition. So we pause your regular scheduled programming for a gun run. Alright, so they just came in somewhere along here. There's oil, right? Somewhere. Didn't go any further north. It's fine. Blue, always thinking about the future. So somewhere around here is probably decent. Actually, a little bit lower. I think that'll be where I want them. Get those in there, and then some defense turrets. And that should cover this corner pretty well. Yeah. Alright. Let's go fill up those other turrets that are running out of ammo. And then we'll get back to our build. Yeah. I don't really want to carry around a ton of extra ammo, so... No, they're all filled. Well, let's see what else is up here, yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, this part of the base does get attacked a lot. Alright, hopefully that'll keep this base working for a while longer. Oh, you know what? I probably never patched... Did I patch the wall? Remember, I'm like, ah, yeah, I patched that wall, and then didn't have any walls. There's, you know, a few things just in the background, always working on. Yeah. Fortunately for us, this part never seemed to get attacked. For now. Why do I have these two even at this? I think they might have just been forgotten about, honestly. Can extend the flame over here if I need to, as once these guys turn on, probably a good idea. Heck, I might even just push the wall forward a bit to make more space. I could throw better wall. I have the concrete walls available now. And this stuff does get broken fairly quickly with the super biters. Alright, so let's finish putting in my basic pipe connections, just so that I've got these ready to go. I'm trying to decide how I'm going to connect up to the other half of the pulverizers. And also I'm trying to decide about the productivity. I guess if I don't care about the power consumption, and I probably don't. Where are they? These things. if I make, say, tier 2 productivity modules, you can see at the bottom there, they use 60% extra energy, which is not cheap. And they slow it down a little bit, 15% slower. But I think if I added a couple extra pulverizers, that would make up for the speed loss. And then we would be getting an extra 6% per module of output. Actually, I think that's probably the plan. It's going to be expensive. Whew. So like we currently have 16 of these, and that's probably enough, if I did the math right, for a full red line. But if I throw, I mean, up to 4 of those modules in there, that's minus 60% speed. Eesh. I would need more than double that. Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea. That's a bit much, maybe. Yeah, because they'd be working at less than half speed. I could throw speed modules in to balance it. 30%. So you could go 2 productivity for 12%. 1 speed to balance out the minus 30% speed. So we'd be at a net neutral speed plus 12% productivity and plus 180% power. You throw in an efficiency 2 and that brings us down to 120% power. And it would cancel out most of the pollution. But I can cancel pollution out with my own system. I don't need these for that. I think the best long-term solution is actually productivity modules. But that really will require a lot more of these. Like, this whole... I thought I had a lot of space up here. If this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16... If I went 4 times productivity, I would need to go from 16 to 32 plus 10% more, like 3 or 4 more. So I would need like 35 or 36 to run 1 lane, 2 mines. Heck yeah, why not? Let's set it up. This build just keeps getting bigger. What I'm gonna do then is set up an automatic productivity manufacturing if I can, because I'm gonna need like 100 of them, a couple hundred of them. Oh, this is some work too. Circuits, components, plus glass, and then upgrade, more circuits, advanced circuits, and sulfur. Highly confident we're going to be running out of these. Alright, we just added some more. That's good. Okay, so glass. We need green. We need this thing, and there should be glass around here somewhere. This one. It's all pretty close together. It doesn't need to be fast production, it just needs to be started in the background, and we're okay. So technically, I could probably fit one in here. The water. I mean, I could move that pipe probably. Yeah, that'll do. I'll need to get it out somewhere. We'll figure that out in a minute. Oh boy, that uses a lot of glass. But it's pretty slow, isn't it? 15 seconds. Yeah, we should be okay. See if it gets enough ingredients for the second craft before the first one's done. Yeah, it looks like it'll be easy. Alright. So then the trick is to take that and put it somewhere with... I don't have any sulfur. Not on any lines. So basically need to be near petroleum gas. So more greens plus reds. Technically have red over here. We'll leave a little bit of water for the pump. Pretty sure I ran out of concrete again too. All right, don't get frazzled. Don't get frazzled. We've got an easy place to extract. Actually, let me do it like this. We know we're gonna go somewhere to the right. So, what did I say? Electronic, green circuit, red circuit, plus sulfur. This is killing me. I can't fix that. We're gonna actually have to pipe over or belt over sulfur, but it uses a lot. 50 sulfur each. It would probably be best to just pipe over the petroleum gas, honestly, unfortunately. Don't suppose any of these pipes... I don't think I send any petroleum east. This is petroleum out. Oh no, we send some here. Okay, okay. This is looking good. I found it. Gas. I think we use it for the trees. Huzzah! Okay, that's really convenient. We got lucky. Okay, so we're gonna take that gas, turn it into sulfur, get those productivity modules started. That's actually not even that far away. We probably could output even from that side, but this is fun. Alright. Don't really need these to be here. This was more just a test case of how these walls worked. Those are the fancy spiked ones. Hey there, TCG. I'm doing alright. Just sidetracked upon sidetracked upon sidetracked. But we're getting some pretty major infrastructure upgrades going one way or the other, even if it's not tech progress. Just getting some productivity modules hooked up. Alright, so we need the green circuits. We need the gas to make sulfur. And then we need the red circuits. So over here seems like the place to do it. There's nothing else over here. And we can just use like a long inserter. I think even just one, probably just a single assembler machine will be fine for now. So let's... Sure, we can line this up a little bit. It's not exactly pretty, but we can try to match it up a bit. Why didn't I match this one up? Doesn't really matter, but, you know. Alright, and we'll connect this up somewhere near the red line. We'll need to split off some greens as well. Should be simple enough. Keep it simple. As simple as we can, anyway. Alright, tier 2 productivities to support ambitious mining. The core drill miner is definitely the most ambitious project yet. I mean, I could throw speeder or something modules into these as well, but for now, we'll just keep it on efficient for a moment. Okay, that will be slow production, but theoretically... Excuse me. Theoretically, that shouldn't run out unless we run out of, you know, wood or copper or something. But that should keep going. Slow. I'll say we'll throw speeds into these anyway. I'm not in a huge rush. Usually, I prefer just adding another machine than throwing speed mods in, but it's fine. All right, so we need the sulfur. I'll put the sulfur maybe. Actually, okay, I'm pretty sure one chemical refinery will be enough. Or chemical plants. Because these guys produce so slowly. It does use a lot of sulfur, but over 15 seconds to make one. Even though it's 50 per cycle. That's still a little... It's around 3... It's actually a little bit under 3 per second because of the speed of the machine. We can make sulfur at... for 2 per second. I guess that's actually not enough. We can speed it up. Alright, well, let's get the gas, and then we'll just make a new water pump, I suppose. Yeah, nothing to see there. Just regular fighter infiltrations. Well, that was easy. All right, water done. And then the gas is right here. Probably easiest to run it over a little bit. Up. And then do like the big steel across. Kind of mixing iron pipes with steel pipes, which is a bit gross. But the steel pipes are just so much better for long distance. Very convenient. And with that, we'll be making, well, crafting speed's 1.4, so it's almost, well, these guys are 0.75 by default. Oh, that's right, I sped this guy up there. Yeah, there's, well, we got to get those green circuits, and then we'll see. I don't have a great way to do this either, so we're just going to make a filter inserter or a... Yeah. Not perfect, but it'll get the job done, I think. Okay, hold on. Messed it all up. Alright, that should work. And then we'll throw them into a passive provider chest like usual. And it's not quick, but it is set up so that if I wanted to add more, we could probably do it. It wouldn't be super easy, but we should have enough gas, green circuits, and red circuits. It's just a matter of creating enough productivity modules for a pretty slow craft. And also, we might actually not make enough sulfur. Oh, it's maybe just the movements. I guess this is where you use the filter insert, stack inserters. If you're really being efficient. So yeah, now we'll know if this thing creates enough sulfur, and if this has enough inputs. So yeah, it's usually 15 seconds. 2 productivity... You know, I don't think we'll make enough productivity modules for it to use speed. This is usually a 15-second craft to get 1. We've got the 2 speed mods here to make it a bit faster. But that's 15 seconds for 1. We need 2, so this is actually pointless. Probably better off with productivity modules. Sure. Efficiency it is. I'm not sure why there's those rules. Productivity modules don't go into everything. Only on intermediate products. So finished products are not allowed to make extras. I don't know the logic exactly for that. Why you can duplicate a plastic bar but not a productivity module, or why you can duplicate an electronic circuit board but not this. But it's fine. Okay. So that will slowly build up. Pretty slowly. But it should just keep running. So let's go look at our big project. Let me just check the power on the way. Yeah, everything's shut off now, so we got lots of power again. But we can't run all of our drills at the moment. We'll need to have a power solution, but that's part of the plan. Alright, so I could do some more math. But yeah, I do think this is what we're going to do with all of them. That is going to use a lot of power. And it's going to require, because the speed is going down so much, we're going to need a lot more machines. Which means more pipes, more belts, more everything. But we're going to get 23% more output for each input. So we're basically multiplying the amount of ore and resources we're getting. And I think, because of how our base is situated, I think this is the best long-term. Because once this is done, we can kind of forget about it. And if we're getting enough, which I'm hopeful, it should power our base into whatever else. Like, we shouldn't need to do anything else after this is done. I think. So, yeah, like I said, we're gonna need a lot more than just the original starter set. So, sorry, Forrest, but it turns out you're gonna have to go. We're gonna be using all the space. Two, three, oh boy. One of the other problems, I don't have enough. So that's 16 plus 3. I think we're gonna need at least like 15 more, maybe? Hey, I've got the resources to build 15 more. That's the stuff. Well, let's keep the pipe connection line going, just so let's set up for the future. Oops, I did it wrong. It's water and oil we're trying to get. No, it's water and mineral. Yeah, waters and minerals. This is definitely a extreme project for me. So we're gonna have outputs, and I don't even know. I have no idea how much will fit onto one red belt. Like, one of the problems with this, I'm just gonna throw it down, but I don't think one red belt can handle all of this. I would be incredibly surprised. How could we figure that out? Well, in theory, the input is 30 per second core fragments. Because it should be a full red line. And that 30 per second of core fragments, each, you could look at it here kind of not thinking about the time per se, but the overall throughput. If you added up all the physical outputs and divide by 20, that's the how many come out for everyone that goes in, and then multiply it by 24% extra from the productivity modules. So 20 equals 8 plus 8, 16, plus 4 is 20, plus 8 is 28. Percentage iron or uranium I'm ignoring, but 28 plus 8 rare is 36. 36 plus a change in uranium, say 37 tops. But that's almost 2 to 1, and that's before the 25% multiplier. So 36 plus an extra 25%, or is it 23% to be exact? That's it, I'm pulling out the calculator. 36 times 1.23. So that's 44 and a bit. Say 44 and a half, depending on how the rounding works with the uranium. And that was for 20 core fragments. So divide by 20, and you're getting 2.2. So we're actually getting one belt of fragments equaling more than 2 red belts of output. So we will need, and that is using both sides of the lane too. So in a sense, you could think of that as 5 sides, sort of a red line. Approximately what we need. It's getting a little complicated. Now, we could try something else. I didn't do it this way last time, but we could, instead of doing everything on one lane, we could use these guys. We could use the loaders. If there's enough tiles of output in the setup we're going for. And these fill up both sides equally, and you can give them a filter as well, which is probably smart. So we could just filter them to copper, for instance. Let's build a bunch of these, because I think this might be the way to do it. We're still building a million pulverizers. We'll put those on pause for a minute. I don't have enough gears. Jesus. Yeah. Supplies. But, I mean, we know we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't have anywhere to put the uranium, basically. I mean, we... Yeah. Or on the north side, I suppose, because it's the rare one. Yeah, I mean, we can use outputs on the other side if we really want to. This will change the connections significantly, though. I'll just have to think about how to do this. So copper, iron, coal, stone, and rare metal. Now the problem with that is that's 5 red lines. Like the spaghetti of trying to connect them all will crush us. This is why I didn't want to do it like that. I'd rather have everything on one line and then put it into some filters, something intermediary to filter them all. Basically, this is not. I don't think this would really work. Imagine trying to connect 30 different copper, iron, coal, stone, and raw metal lines. I don't even know how you would possibly do it. That would be hell. I don't think I want to do that. Let's not do that. I might use the loader as the main out. I think that's fine. It's kind of better than the inserters. I wonder... I want to turn this one on for a second just to see how it joins up. It's dangerous. I just want to see if this only goes on one side, or it probably doesn't share the whole belt. We'll need to change this join up a little bit. Yeah, it only uses one side. That's what I'm trying to avoid. So... I guess the solution to that would be splitters. How do we do this? Like each... It has to fit... Like, it has to be repeatable, right? So... If we do something like this... That should work until until the line is full. Filter inserters? I think the output is still so much that I don't want filter inserters to sort it. I kind of think I want to use these fast loaders because they're more efficient. And I'm still going to use a mega warehouse. This is what I did the first time. And basically, because we don't have to worry about inserters. These things are way faster. If I understand correctly, the inserters work at the same speed as the belt. So they can input 30 per second, which is faster than any of our inserters right now. So if this was like a full throughput, I'm not sure exactly how many... I think we can probably do more than 3 at a time. We should be able to have that run into a warehouse. You know, if we go... I think you can... input like that as well? I haven't tested that either. But I think that would just fill this up just as fast as the belt goes, basically. And we'll do a quick test run, because I think it works that way, but I'm not sure. And then this is much bigger. If everything ends up in here, we could just have the individual sorted outputs from it. Let's see here. Oh yeah, perfect. Beautiful! I really like these guys. Really, really efficient. Okay. So I'm thinking something like this. Now, this can't be here because we have to deal with all the liquids. I don't think I can loop, though. I'm actually going to be working very close to the maximum throughput of these belts, probably. Because this is such a large project. I don't want to do a full loop. It would clog up. I'm almost positive with 6 different items. I need it to all. I need the output to be clean, so that it all comes out, goes somewhere, and then we can sort it in a bit of a buffer. That's what I'm thinking anyway. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. Let's temporarily move this out of the way again. We're gonna get irradiated a little bit here. And if you hadn't seen it, the thing I'm trying to copy, sort of, is my first small start setup. We're going to be doing this with 4 rather than just 1, which is why this is a little bit more complicated. But 1 drill fills up 1/2 of a red line, I think. And that's 7.5 drills. Now, that's without modules, like productivity modules. And I didn't know how these loaders work when I set this up, or I would have done it differently. The loaders on the output work really well. And I didn't realize you could input as well. So I could have, instead of having like a million inserters filling it up, this would have looked way more smooth. I could probably fix that. I see this isn't working. Is it just full of raw metal? Is that the problem? Yeah, there's always going to be one bottleneck point. Let's see if I can fix it. This is the other problem, is we only use, like, we use an infinite amount of copper and iron, and then a little bit of stone and coal, and almost no raw metal, or rare metal. So I don't know what we do with all the excess. I don't have any way to just recycle it. Yeah, that's what happened, basically. This thing was running for quite a while, and I think no matter what we do, unless we've got a way to delete it, some combination of things that aren't being used in the factory are just going to always clog up the system, either in a warehouse or on the belt itself if you're just filtering it out. And I don't actually have a solution to this yet. I mean, I have a solution. It's just clean it all out, right? Like, but this is not a good solution. Well, I mean, the coal can go too. What's the sort? There's a sort button. I can't remember what it is. There is a way to sort one of these chests. Can't just throw it in the ocean. I mean, yeah. That would be the way. I guess, like, theoretically, you could sink the coal into a power plant. Sometimes just combining it to something that's very dense would work. Like, stone you can turn into landfill, which, well, it's much more space efficient. But, I mean, yeah, I mean, you can see just how much raw metal we have, or rare metal. It's not that rare, after all. 69,000. Yeah, so that'll run for a bit longer, which is good, because that's what fuels our base of copper and steel and stuff. We're actually turning, like, we have a little box of landfill down here. The stone has not infinite storage, but because each of these stacks is like 50 times that in stone, it's pretty efficient on storage at least. But I don't know how to do that with raw. I don't think there's like any good recipes for rare metal. So we smelt it into rare metal, and like the only thing we use it for is the mining drill Mark II, eventually delivery cannon capsules, which is like the next stage of tech. It's in the blue science, or the blue research, or not, the blue circuits, but we've already got that set up. That doesn't use that much. Nitric acid uses a tiny amount, and like nothing else. Now, it's obviously important for higher tech late game stuff, but for now, I don't know what to do with it. It's just kind of there. Anyway, that's a problem for a little bit further down the road than right now. Let's not worry about that too much. So the current problem is mostly sorting inputs and outputs and having enough pulverizers. We're gonna need more pipes. This construction project has kind of gone out of control, I will admit. I knew this was a big one, but it's gone a bit crazy. I think I'm just gonna hook up half of it. I was originally gonna try. See, when we ran out of the copper, stopped working, so we didn't get any more. Yeah, our whole base has been shut down while I've been away. Once that rare metal got backlogged, we stopped getting copper for our base, and everything that needs copper has stopped. So that's rude. We're not even really doing a lot of building in our base. We don't have like we don't have rockets being launched. We don't have science being researched, and we still can't run off of the amount of resources we're getting. Anyway, back to strategizing. I think this is what I want to do to get the physical material out. And I think we'll be able to use... I don't know exactly. Well, no, quite a few, because it'll be 3 belts total divided by the number of pulverizers. And I'm pretty sure the number of pulverizers was originally 15, and then if you factor in the productivity combo, that's all we need for the calculation. Assuming we eventually have all the productivity modules. But that should come along in time. So, the speed is 60% slower, so that means we need 60% more machines, right? Maybe? So originally 15 to have just enough for 2 drills, I think. And then an extra 60% is 24 total. No, I feel like that's not right. No, it's divide by 0.6 because they're less than half speed, right? Their basic speed is 2, but they're functional at 0.8. So we need more than double. Yeah. Math on stream is hard. So 15 divided by 0.6. Still not convinced that's the right number. It should be more than 30. What am I... This math is hard. It's just ratios. Let's do a little bit of algebra. It's... I don't know why I can't do this math. It's killing me. It's more than double, right? Like, it's clearly double plus a bit. Let me just put some down. Stop thinking about it. My brain can't handle it. I'm sure there's a simple solution. Not that way though, Dark Angel. That's wrong direction. The speed. It is a minus. It's a negative 60% modifier, which means you need. Right, like if you like, this is how I'm fact checking myself. It's going slower than half speed. So you need at least twice as many machines to cover that up. But I keep not doing the math right whenever I throw it in my calculator. So it's very frustrating. Let's see how many we're at now. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. 27, 28, no space, 20, dang tree, 29, 30, 31, and they're out of space again. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm just getting the inversion wrong when I'm doing it in my head with the quick math. Alright, I lost count, but this is pretty close to enough, and it is using the entire width of this part of the base. Oh, yeah. Well, I think I've concluded that my original roundabout connecting input line is absolutely bogus. We're not going to do that at all. There was a reason to not do it like this. That reason is no longer valid. Come on. Yeah, here. The bots will come along and fix that eventually. So we're going to have whatever the midpoint is will come from the left, and the other midpoint will come from the right. And then we'll just delete the northern belt at some point. I don't know if that's the middle, but it's close enough. I'll worry about this a little bit later. I don't even know if I have enough of these things yet. How many of these do I need? It's calculator. Calculator. I need... That sounds more likely, yes. I keep saying 60. I should be thinking of it as 40, yeah. Yeah, crafting speed 0.8. It's minus 60% of normal. That's how they show it. But each machine is now working at 0.8 of 2, which, yeah, that's certainly... Yeah, they're certainly working at 40%, and that puts us at 15 divided by 0.4. It's actually 37.5. So yeah, I can do 38 and that'll work. Yeah. Yep. That's a lot. All right. Yeah, I had a feeling it was somewhere around there, but yeah, just inverse math. 1 minus 0.6 if I had a piece of paper, right? Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how to count this without losing count. Probably like this is easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So we still need 5 more. Oi. I don't think we've got enough space for 5 more. I did not expect space. So productivity definitely throws a bit of a wrench into the grand plan. I mean, I can push this over a bit. It's fine. We'll build a new wall. Well, I think I want to keep the southern bit here. I know there's a button probably to cancel the demolition. I just don't know what it is. All right. Anyway, that'll give me a little bit more space. I can put some more. I think we'll have enough to get to 38, just barely, if we expand the water a little bit. Not sure I recommend doing this. This is a little bit starting to feel a little bit crazy, but we'll see. We need to figure out another problem. Why am I not getting any electronic circuits? Or if I am, why am I not getting enough? So it's generally copper. Copper is backlogged. So that's good. This is why. I think a meteor destroyed it all. Because you can see the remains here. And then I just don't have all the right parts in the logistic network to fix it. I hate meteors. I don't have time to deal with this stuff right now. There you go. Base back to working. Just didn't have enough underground belts. Oh, all right. Well, that's another reason to have everything in your logistics system. Because if a meteor takes out part of your base and you don't notice it because you've got an infinite busted thing. It does say it's missing. Yeah, there's a meteor over here too. Well, that's ridiculous. Those are expensive. 2 fast inserters, a power pole, and a pulverizer. Jeez. Pulverizer, fast inserter, power pole. I'm just giving them the one just so they fix it. I mean, the bots, I mean, it's great that they rebuild stuff. Like, they remember what was there. Like, that's amazing. I just don't like the fact that my stuff in the middle of my base just gets destroyed every now and then. There is a meteor defense system. I just don't have the time to do it right now because I got 15 other projects in the works, and I would really like those productivity modules to come in so I can find out if this whole plan is even going to do what I want. All right. So what did I say? I needed the landfill. I need more red belts. I need a lot of stuff. This is the project that never gets anywhere. I don't know if I like this. Like as far as like stream or recording, it's kind of a bad project. This is gonna take hours and hours and hours for probably minimal benefits. This one stings a little bit. My eyes got too big. And I still lost count. I know we're in 32, 33 zone. Probably shouldn't have filled in that bit where the biters will cross, I suppose. Once again, the big solution is to do this. And then just split. This along here. Yeah, that whole northern connection was a mistake. Well, that's an extra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got to be enough now. I bet you. I bet you. Now, of course, that means 2 drills will require 35 of these pulverizers, 38 of these pulverizers, 38 times 4 productivity modules each will need 38 times 4, that's 116, I think. Oh, the landfill goes bigger? I don't know how to do that. Numpad. Oh, that's nice. Does it use like 1,000,000 concrete? Yeah. Works, but it still uses a tremendous amount of landfill. That's cool, though. Is there any way to delete it, though? That's what I really need. Yeah, Factorio is also the game of like 1,000,000 hotkeys. And until you memorize them all, it's... you just don't know them until you know them. Okay, back to work on the Mineral Independence project. Let's get pipes. Maybe I should craft up some more of those loaders. No gears. Okay, we need 1,000,000 gears. Let's go pick up some gears. And while we're I try to do 2 things at once if you can. Be building or placing stuff while you're crafting if you know you're gonna need stuff, because better to craft passively in the background than have to sit around and wait. Somewhere along the line, this stopped being a gear. Give him a little boost. Bombs. There is cliff explosives, but I haven't seen... at least not yet, any way to maybe blow up ground. I know you can blow up cliffs, and I know you can jackhammer placed ground belts, or not belts, like concrete on the ground. So if you're making run tiles or whatever, or decorations, I guess you can jackhammer those up. That looks great. Yeah, the mods really add. I mean, Factorio's already got an awful lot of stuff to do, but the space exploration Krastorio definitely add a lot of work for little Ankylo to do. It's fun, it's great, I'm enjoying it, but it does It does, it's taking a bit more time than I was originally expecting. No. Alright, because we have to deal with the liquids as well. The liquids are, I guess, almost at this point easier to handle because they join instantly compared to the physical part. Alright, got the loaders going. We know this one red belt isn't going to work for the whole lane, but it's more of a proof of concept to get things started. Right, let's continue the pipe. Why is that? Dang it, I didn't rotate them correctly when I placed them. Just minor annoyance. Alright. So it's mineral left, water right for outs. This will make an interesting pipe chain. That's going to be a problem. We're just going to remember to put that in the extra spot rather than the default. Oops, one left. And in theory, this is the... Well, I have to do the fast inserters input at left. I have to insert the core fragments, and I have to deal with the split, but like, we might be getting close to the point where we can start connecting the outputs here and figuring out, you know, where the stuff is all going, which is maybe more fun than just getting it originally starting placement. We're just gonna find out that we don't have enough power poles and everything else. Almost had enough pipes to do all that. Okay, one last count. We're hoping for 38. I'm going to use the belt to go a little bit faster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. 36 is a little short. But 2 more, and we have some space, so we can do this. We need to get some more pipes. Hey there, Figo. Welcome to the crazy show. The crazy hour with BlueAnkylo. One more, I'll put it on the left side. And at that point, we've got 38. The sad thing is, if we want to use the other 2 core seams, we have to double this whole thing. So that's something to look forward to, but not right now. This is why I went back to get the extra concrete, or landfill. I didn't build enough. One more. One more pulverizer. Whew. How many of these? 53? Well, we know we need 38 at least. So that's a good start. Yeah, we don't have enough some parts for those. Yeah, blueprinting. That's true. That's true. If I do duplicate, I was planning on having it mirrored on the south, but I think I've changed my mind on that. I built, you know, the 2 core seams up the north. I planned on having all 4 head to the same place. I don't know if I want to do that anymore, but we'll see. Okay. We'll put tentative belt down. Like I said, we know that we'll need 2. Well, basically, we'll need 3 red belts worth of output. So they'll have to connect up somewhere and do a little bit of dancing around. And I need more pipes. Let's go grab some undergrounders, because we're gonna need lots of those. And let the bots fill up our inventory a little bit. We are now, like, I think officially out of our copper, like iron and copper in our base are probably pretty much officially over. This is, I mean, if you haven't been here for a while, if you're, you know, just popping in, the reason we're spending so long on these dang drills is this is like my only way to get resources right now. Other than spending probably even longer fighting biter bases, this is kind of my solution to my resource shortage. It just, I got a little bit excited with the whole productivity module part. If I had just stuck with the 15 original, it'd be more done. Yeah, the new belts. I don't think we can get any more belts at our current level of tech. Well, I mean, we can get to space logistics. Are these better? I don't know. They're not even blue. I hadn't thought about it, but because they call them space belts. But maybe we should unlock this just to have a look at it. It's a little expensive to build. Maybe this is the replacement to the old blue ones. I know there's like high-tech stuff later on that is super powerful, but deep space transport belts. 90 items per second. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, 90 would be good, but we're not going to get that anytime soon. There's the blue ones. So blues are 45, steel gear. That's the standard upgrade, right? Or at least approximately. And they come with the fancy loaders nowadays. That's fun. But that's space science. We're not going to be getting that for a while, unfortunately. So there's some cool stuff. There sure is some cool stuff. And then there's the upgrade to blue is green. That hits 60. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we want space transport belts for the planet. I don't even, like, they're pretty expensive. I'm pretty sure they're more expensive by a long shot, even though they're a little bit faster than our red belts. I think they're probably too expensive to really make a large system out of. It's probably meant for spaceships and stuff. I'm pretty sure. And I just don't want to do too much more research right now because very, very low on materials. So we came back here for a reason. That reason was underground pipes. And we probably won't need steel for this build. We are going to need lots of stuff. Lots of other stuff. Yeah, I mean, even if you can put them on the ground, the space belts, they look very expensive for what you get. That's my thinking is it's probably not worth it for like we're supposed to wait till we get the standard express belts, the blue guys. All right. We're gonna want lots of stuff here. Let's queue up some more fast inserters. We've got a fair number of fast loaders, but we could do with a few more. Ran out of gears. Yeah, our base is struggling. This is why I don't want to do any research. I don't think we can. Well, we can't keep up with the demand. So even just building this part will kind of crash our system a bit. But we got fast inserters. I got some more loaders coming. I know I needed some more splitters too. And probably power poles. Always power poles. Alright, that'll keep the crafter busy for a bit. Yeah, the iron doesn't even make it anywhere. Technically, we can improve it a little bit. Part of the problem is just, you know, the left side of the ore dried up. Yeah, there's not much left, but we'll get it all and we'll move on after that. All right, so that would have sped up the processing a tiny bit. Okay, let's go back. This was coal. Oh, we are also out of coal entirely. That's not great either. We really need to get this system set up. What I'm seeing is we really need a major influx of materials very soon here. So let's get inputting. I'm going to use fast inserters for input. I think you need them for these guys. You may also be saying, Blue, how are you going to power all this stuff? I do have a plan. Okay, let's finish some of these last couple pipe connectors. And by finish, I mean, you know, we're not finished, but at least the main outputs are. We don't want to leave weird little gaps like this. Alright, pipes, power, well, not power. I'll put the poles down. This is a good test to see if we have anywhere near enough. So this will be core fragment input on the back. I'll have to fix the belts and connections a little bit from the drills. But it should be enough pulverizers once we put the productivity mods in them to just barely use all of the core fragments from 2 seams, maybe. And then we have to sort all the stuff that it gives us. And that's what we're getting ready for. I think one of the really nice things of the loaders is they don't use power, actually. So you don't have to use these poles. They kind of just work for free. In fact, you could probably just go splitter loader for input as well. And that would be... I mean, it might cost a little bit more materials to craft rather than inserters, which are pretty cheap. But you could do... Well, you need to power the machine anyway, but still, you'd probably get away with that. Okay, output. So 38, I'm going to divide that by 3 and round up. So I'm going to say 13 pulverizers per 1 output lane. It should be fine. It should have a little bit of space on the belt, I think. Let me just... I haven't really set up my hotbar very well in general. So let me just throw some of these things in here that we're going to use for this part. I just never got around to updating it. So that's going to be the sit-up. And then they're going to join up. Wait, what? What are the odds of that? Literally, the tile I deleted had a piece of uranium on it. Alright. Now these will stop working because they've got liquids they can't get rid of. Which is fine. Well, we're going to end up just probably burning the water. But we need to connect it up and get rid of it efficiently. And then we're going to use the magma, the pyroflux, for power. We're going to use the oil for sulfuric acids, as well as plastic. And if we need to, maybe power, but I don't want to. So hopefully the pyroflux will keep us powered up. So I'm not keeping count. Should really have done this in advance, now that I think about it here. Oh, that doesn't work. Just throw it on the ground. If I had a lot of logistic bots nearby, they could probably pick it up before it killed me, but, you know. At least this is pretty efficient for space, and it should... I mean, I could actually be doing this from blueprints right now. The thing is, I disabled my Roboport for my auto-constructor because I wanted to move quickly. I should probably switch it back because I could just be blueprinting this, copying, and the bots would... If I had it in my inventory, they'd just build this all for me. Although I think they still kill me with uranium, so... maybe that's not the best idea. Alright, what are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 is where we gotta stop. And that's where it's gonna go, I guess, technically from the end of it. And then it'll have to go into whatever we're doing with it, basically. I realize now that there's also quicker ways of doing all this. I think this one will do like that. That's the output lane. Alright, that should be 13 physical outputs. This is the 2 from the bottom. Boy, are we not worried about that right now. Yeah. We're going to try to finish up this gigantic mega project, and then I'll decide what I'm going to do with the other 2, the other doubling of production. We probably do need it, honestly, for long-term research and construction, but let's just focus on the build at hand, right? Let's not get sidetracked even worse. On the plus side, we are getting our productivity modules now. We needed 150 or something So the fact that there's 45 done already, that's actually pretty good. By the time we're done hooking everything up, we should be ready to go. What? Freaking uranium? I don't even know what I clicked. Uranium's the worst. Whoever invented it's not my friend anymore. Alright, so that gets us that far. Okay, we'll just do the same thing here with the next. Now we could. So, like, one of the things is I have to deal with the liquids. So I can't just put my warehouse and crafting too close by. So let's deal with this 13 at a time, and then we can copy that a little bit better. Oh, I'm glad to see that working. What we're gonna do is the same basic setup we did on the other side here. In fact, I might actually have water and mineral water go up, because we're not gonna have anything behind them this time around, like this. Maybe, I know I put them all down, but maybe I'm actually gonna change my mind. I'm gonna use the pyroflux and oil in the next step of the build, but instead of having this many pipes, we might be able to reduce that in half. And there's nothing stopping us from going up. Yeah, honestly, I think... I know I just built it all like this, but we'll need one more tile of land. So this is gonna interfere with some of my defensive turrets, probably. But I think actually this will be better for space. And then... Oh, but that... Yeah, they don't... It's not quite that easy. We just need one more tile. Because these have to go that way to connect up. Right? Like that's gonna work like that. And then have probably just a flare stack. Which I might as well build a couple of. I think if you're on a planet that has no water or maybe no mineral water as well, you might have some reason to try to use your water and mineral water from these. But as far as I can tell, they mostly just bottleneck your build, honestly. Just put a light behind each of these, actually. That'd be part of the blueprint. Just throw down a bunch of lights. And then the water has to go just a little bit higher up. But I think this is worth it just so that we don't have to deal with it on the low side, right? I think hooking this up here is probably fine. I guess I could have piped it in. I guess I could have piped it in. Alright, so that will eventually deal with half of our liquid outs. Although this is a lot of piping. We will certainly be running out of pipes. But I think this is passably efficient, honestly. mean, I say that until we get to the squishy turret section, but we'll see. Yeah, this should work. Oh, I see. Important not to miss any pipes. I think this should extend very simply. Just sort of the back line here. It's not too hard to build around if we need to. Basically, doing 2 overlapping pipes is just a lot simpler than 4 overlapping pipes if I put them all together, like I was originally planning. But yeah, here we go. With problems. So I think I probably should have given myself a little bit more space. This is what I should have done. There's not really a lot of choices other than just moving stuff. So that means this whole oil line will have to move up. Just needs to be above there. This should be enough. Just in case we get attacked while I'm crafting. And then this will double check. This might actually still interfere with my water, actually. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I can make it work. Yeah, I have to actually put it one more tile up. Now, theoretically, we might get enough oil out of this. In fact, we probably will. We could fuel our own flamethrower turrets from the excess oil from the drill. Especially with a large buffer, it would work. I like the near infinite of just oil, so there's less risk of bottlenecks. Because if your flamethrower turret shut down, we're in big trouble. And I don't like... These drills are not guaranteed to run perfectly all the time. There's definitely a chance that, you know, the iron backs up or something and then everything shuts off, so... That's definitely the problem with combined outputs. Okay, getting progress. I'm starting to wonder if I should be blueprinting, though. There's quite a lot of manual repairs needed here, though. Like, I don't know. Just kind of proves that my overall design wasn't great. Keep having to fix it. Okay, well, we're almost at the end of the first section. We're definitely going to get this first section turned on and working, or at least mostly working before we move on to the next section. I got to see a little bit of progress. I lose my mind. It's like when you're programming, you can't just program all night and hope it compiles. At some point, you have to stop your work and throw in some test flags and see if what you thought you built does what you think it does. Can't just program for 8 hours straight. Yeah. Alright, so... yeah, I was gonna put some lights down. We'll do the lights, too. I never remember the lights, so... let's do some lights. There we go. Shine a light on it. It looks way better at night. Okay, good. So, now we gotta do the other side. The oil. And these are like, not... I mean, it's not very complicated either. We'll put... oil first. Pyro second. And because there's a space between them this time, we don't have to add that extra vertical tile. That'll get them all together. We will have to decide where to put it, and the Pyroflux is going to be used for power, which we'll want to set up shortly. The oil has multiple things. I'm not even sure where I'm going to put all this manufacturing yet, but at least getting these machines set up so they'll run is the main concept right now. I think I'll come back with the other tiles. Well, okay, maybe this is the one. I always talk about it. Haven't been doing it. This is much, much faster if it works. Thing is, like I said, I don't have a personal roboport, so we'll need... I think we need to give the bots a little bit of help. No! Shouldn't they do it? I think we've got all the building materials in the network. Yeah, let's just give them a chance. I gotta find a way to save some time, and... I mean, maybe. You can also hover over the network and try to find out if that's in the system. But yeah, I don't think you can scroll down. Looks good though. All right. I should be using them more. The bots, I haven't. It's still kind of early for bot tech, so I haven't had a chance to really like amp them up much. But they can still build stuff pretty efficiently. All right. Well, let's do that then. Take a fraction of the time. I'm sure the future tubers will appreciate this. Maybe even the live tubers. If I just had a personal roboport, they would just do it instantly, but... Actually, that would be nice. I wonder what the next tier of power armor comes in. That's one thing I wanted to see. Power armor Mark II. 2 more tiers of science away to get a larger grid. Unfortunately, with more space for mods. That's a long way away. The mod pack really slows down some of those things. From vanilla, it's a bit brutal. Okay, but that should connect all that up. I think I want my power maybe over here near the water. Plus, all the materials are going this way. So this might be a good spot to boo the power. Let's get that going. So it's very, very simple. We'll need one offshore pump, a bunch of pipe. I think it's just a chemical. Let me double check. Chemical plant, I believe. Yeah, pyroflux heating or dousing. One of these should probably do it, but we might need two eventually. And then just some steam turbines. Like this is the simplest of powers, really. Other than all the millions of hours of work to get here. Don't mind all that. We might want some storage tanks. I like having a bit of a buffer for this. Two storage tanks. And, yeah. Power, of course. Actually, these loaders are really nice because I can power the back for the inserters and the machine, and then I don't have to worry about an extra power pole on the other side. Definitely makes my life a little bit easier for connections. Sure. We'll have to deal with the oil as well, but let's say somewhere along here we'll make a big tank of pyroflux. Right? Say this one. So that gives us a pretty big buffer for pyroflux once this starts working. And like I said, I feel like these chemical plants are pretty dang speedy. I don't know if we even need more than one. But, you know, just in case. Doesn't quite line up. Send them down some power. Maybe on the downside, not connecting up all these power poles causes some issues. I don't know if I would want to put... What kind of module I would want to put into these kinds of things. Not allowed to use productivity. I guess I'll just keep them efficient. I'll throw a speed in there to balance it a bit, but I don't think we'll need it even. So that turns into steam, and we should have... Oh, I also have to deal with... Right, the excess material. Yeah, I forgot about that. There's one more step to these, and there's a reason I want to keep it kind of near these lanes. That's... Yeah. Alright, so let's take the steam out. We'll make another buffer... We'll store the superheated steam, and then we'll just cook that to make power. Well, it's cooked. We'll just spin some turbines really fast, basically. Some. Alright. So then I just need the output. Copper, iron, stone occasionally to go back up. And I will do that sort of the same way we connect the other part. There you go. It won't use hardly any of the belt space because this production is like 10% per cycle. So for every 1,000 steam, there's a 10%, or 10% to get stone, 1% to get iron or copper. You're not going to get very much overall. I don't think that'll slow us down. We're going to need some more steam turbine Mark IIs. Or whatever they're called. But this will give us a much bigger background power for when we're actually running all this stuff. And we will need a lot of power because if we're going productivity modules, these guys use a lot of electricity. 1.7 megawatts each. Yeah, I'm not even sure we're getting enough pyroflux for this. We'll see. Oh, let's hook the ones up I've already built, I guess. just leave a little bit of a space for connecting more. And then do something like this. Although I think you can run these in parallel for a long, long distance anyway. Or in series, that is, just straight. Parallel, of course, but series as well. So each of these is giving us, like... It's hard to know exactly how much power you can get out of these. They can consume 50 steam per second. But they can also consume high temperature steam, which we don't have. Higher than 165 Celsius. So I don't know if 165 Celsius can get us all the way to 10 megawatts. I kind of doubt it. I think, if you look at it, it's running at, well, 17, say 20 out of 50 consumption, less than half. So we can probably get more than 3 megawatts each, maybe somewhere between 3 and 4 megawatts of 165 degrees Celsius. And then you get more power, more power if you had the higher temperature. But I'm not exactly sure how to take advantage of higher temperature just yet. Anyway, if we throw in a good number of these, we already have 50,000 steam just from barely making Pyroflux. So I think, once this is running, I'm pretty confident we will have enough power for it if we have enough turbines. But, my confidence is not necessarily warranted. I'm gonna pick up some motors. The bots are trying to help, but they got a long way to go. We should check our tree farm too. I'm sure David's still around. Gotta check on the octopus trees. Let's see here. We got lots of space. We still got room for more. But we got 214 stacks, so... Or, well, it says right there, 2.1 thousand. It's coming. This is the box I was looking for. Yeah, we're just going to be making steam engines, because I don't have those anywhere, and then upgrading them to steam turbines, basically. And, I mean, we're going to need a lot. Okay, I'm going to get a drink. I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to let them craft, but I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, hopefully you guys didn't destroy my base while I was out. Okay. Alright, let's continue. We've got a bunch of steam turbines. Crafting. I definitely think I'm going to want a couple warehouses for sorting. I mean... Use up some concrete, that's fine. I still haven't 100% decided how I'm going to handle all the outputs yet. Also, the oil... We've got a couple chemical plants. We can do that setup, because we're going to need sulfuric acid for the smelting. Because we want to do the full enrichment with the iron and copper, at least. So that requires sulfuric acid to go along with the... the chain. All right, how are we doing here? We got a fair number. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll say. Maybe we'll just do lines of 10. That'll give us 20 once they're done crafting at least. Times whatever you can get. I think we can get like 3 megawatts each or something. 3 or 4 megawatts each maybe. 20 is, I feel like, at least 60 megawatts. That's pretty good, right? That should hold us for a while. Each drill, each core seam drill is 25 megawatts to run. So, you know, it's not free. Let me just look at the steam turbine. The basic engine can give you 750 kilowatts for 10. I'm sure that the upgrade with 50 is at least 5 times that, which is 3.75. It might be more if it's more efficient, but it might just only go higher with higher temperature. Either way, 3.5 megawatts per boiler is still a pretty good deal, I think. And if it gets us more, then that's even better. And we don't have to actually split these off. I'm just going to do it to be fun. I think if it was like a real-life system, you probably would have a bit more of this kind of splitting. This is going to look a little dumb. But like you'd have different lanes, because the throughput on the pipe would be an issue, and you'd want to be able to shut one off and use an alternate path, rather than just have everything come through a single one. But video game logic is not really the same as real world logic. As much as it pains me to say. Alright, that should be 20 more turbines. There's 10 at the starter drill that'll hold us back up, but yeah, we should be good. And we could also, if we want, put down another like 1,000 wind turbines. If we really got excited. Okay, so that's the Pyroflux. We've got a bit of steam. It's getting used. We'll probably run out because we're not making more Pyroflux at this second. And I can add pretty easily here a second chemical plant if I need to burn it quicker. And I think coronal mass ejection hitting. Look, I can't deal with coronal mass ejections right now. This is just not something I can handle. If they destroy my base, I'm just gonna rage quit, because there's nothing we can do about it. If the sun decides to destroy us, it was just not meant to be. Dang it, I keep building the wrong thing. This large storage tank is not right. And the warehouse is good, but not what I want right now. A medium container, garbage. Alright, I want to throw down nearby, but not enough to cause problems. The oil one. So this one way of thinking of this too is until this storage tank gets full, or these storage tanks get full, as long as we were consuming the physical output, the first 13 of these would actually work. I think, because the water is getting, you know, boiled away or whatever. And then the oil and magma are getting used, theoretically. And the physical stuff, well, it needs to go somewhere. So now I actually can put a warehouse here. I wasn't sure I was going to have space. But now that I know how things are actually connecting, I can do this. And we're probably going to want to shut this off, because we don't really want it to fill up. But we can make sure it works. I'll let this run until I'm convinced that my throughput actually maths out. But it's just going to waste a lot of electricity right now and fill up a warehouse, and I don't really need it to. But this will be where we sort it. In theory, one red lane here should cover all of this. It's going to take a while to back up, but... This is the proof here right now. Because they've all got the productivity modules. Clear, 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 clear. We're just finishing the last couple backlogs. This is the last 2 pulverizers, and this one's finally cleaned up. Now it's just waiting for resources. Well, we might not be getting enough resources. I thought I calculated that too. Oh, low power. Right, we're not getting enough power for all this. Well, I was worried about that too. But I'm pretty sure that the belt is not a problem. So that's good. Power though, huh? Did we gain steam or lose steam? I think we actually lost steam. I don't know if we're getting enough pyroflux to run this. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit more math here. I'm gonna shut this off. Let it all back up, everything will turn off. I'm gonna pull out my notepad. We're gonna do a little bit of math. Always a highlight. Where's my notepad? Alright, so I can show you guys this. This is a classic old channel thing. There we go. Okay, so power. You know, we might have some issues. How am I going to calculate this? Calculations is hard. For one, we want to run the drill. The drill is 25 megawatts. Consumption. Drill, 25 megawatts. Easy. Pulverizers. Times... Well, I'll see. It is going to be times 2. Pulverizers are... $1.7 megawatts. For, and we want times 38. And that's 4x prod Mark II. So they're normally a lot less energy inefficient, but for the moment they're very expensive. Now, I don't think we need to really worry about most of the other things that are low power. The inserters are like 46 kilowatts when they're working. The water pump is 50 kilowatts as well. Most of that just doesn't really contribute. The chemical plant is 14... Because it's got the efficiency mods, it's 14 kilowatts. So yeah, that doesn't really factor into it much. Those are the big boys that we just hooked up. It's the pulverizers and the drill. So then it's production, steam turbine. And this is where it's tricky, because the power, for one, it scales based on the demand. And for two, I don't even know the exact ratio. I think it's still, you could think of it as 750 kilowatts per 10 steam at 100 C. in terms of material components, and then the throughput you just add more engines to keep it going with whatever the need is for total megawatt draw. But the question is, like, do we get enough pyroflux? And this is kind of what we're working at here. So I need to do a couple production chains here. So core frag is 20 core frags to 4 pyroflux. Okay, so that's the first step, is core fragments to pyroflux, which is a 5-to-1 ratio. And then we boil the water. We're going to ignore the cost in water again. But basically, water is pretty much free. And then we take 10 pyroflux to make 1,000 steam. And that's the 100-degree basic steam, of course. Okay, 10 pyro... 1,000 steam. Sorry, wrong. We get more than that. 1 to 100. Alright, that's why I thought we'd have enough for this to not matter. So... if the steam is consumed... If 10 steam is 750 kilowatts, 100 steam is 7.5 megawatts, right? So you could say 100 steam equals 7.5 megawatts. I think, probably. Which is equal to 10 pyro, which is equal to 5 times that, 50 core fragments, right? I think that's probably the ratio. What is this? How does this work though? Because power and time are not quite so simply related. One drill is outputting 30 fragments per second. Sorry, 15 per second. I think. It's actually... I'm really not sure. Uh, 15 core per second. Because that's half of a red lane. A red lane is 30, and I think they just output one full red lane. They might be able to do more, but I would need a better lane to get more than 15 per second, basically. Because you can't, as far as I know, you can't use a loader on them. So you can't get them to use both sides of the same lane, so you have to shoot half of your best lane. Your best belt. Which would be 15 per second. Now, if that was using full power... yeah, we can do this, right? So that's... right, because we're using steam in seconds. This is... this part, it's actually 100 steam per second, specifically, is how you get the megawatts. Because that's... yeah, that's where the time comes into it. So... 50 core fragments still in the per second, lining up to this. That's basically... the 100 steam you get from 50 core fragments, if you can get that many. But we can't. Okay, yeah, see, that's what we're getting to. 7.5 megawatts per 50 for 10 pyro. 10 pyro costs us 50 for it, right? Like I feel like this is correct. It takes 20 core fragments to get 4 pyros. 4 pyros in chat. Yeah, 20 to 4 is 5 to 1. And then 10 Pyroflux gives us 1,000 steam. Which is 1 to 100. 10 steam is 750 kilowatts. Unless the tier 2 turbines are more efficient. Basically, then that's the thing. 10 pyro. Yeah. So I actually don't think the power is quite as free as I was originally expecting. See, I thought we would have enough power from the pyro to run this whole base, but it looks like the math does not check out. We need an alternative income. Because basically, if we just went with the 15 per second, the core, right? If we're getting 15 core fragments per second from a drill, that would turn into 3 pyro per second, which would turn into 300 steam per second, which would turn into... Man, that's not good. I feel like I've still made a mistake here. Because that would only be like 2.25 megawatts. 750 times 3. 750 kilowatts. I feel like that's not right, though. Because I feel like my first tester base was way more power independent than this would make it sound. But no, 20 per second at 1.5 megawatts. That's exactly the same ratio that we get with the Mark 1 turbines. So 10 per second is 750. Well, we had another meteor take out a Roboport. Isn't that great? Wonder how many bots died when that went down. So the problem is now that's making me rethink my my decision to go full productivity. Because I was assuming that I'd be getting enough pyro steam power to pay for both the drill and most of the pulverizers. But instead, it's the other way around. If this just pays for a small fraction of the power, then I need significant electrical investments to run 1.7 megawatts times 38. That's a tremendous amount of power that I thought I might be okay. At 64 megawatts of power that I guess we have to do separately. That, you know, I don't know where we're going to get in that. I keep thinking I'm missing stumping, but I don't think I am. So basically, to run this system we've got here, there's going to be 38. That's 1.7 times 38. And then 25 is another 50. There's 117 megawatts to run full time. And that's not including the smelting. That's just to get the ore. Yeah, I guess when I did my tester base, I used the efficiency modules. So these things were only using a tiny amount of power, comparatively. Should say, doesn't it? I mean, I can just swap it out quick. Because 2 tier 1... Yeah, it brings it down to 100 kilowatts. That's much better than 1.7. Yeah, they start at 517. Half a megawatt each. What should I do? I mean, I can leave the setup as though I'm using productivity, but just not use productivity for now, knowing that I have major power issues, which I just can't really address yet. I think it's going to be tight enough to power just the drill, let alone extra productivity. It really kind of hurts. This stings. Once we have alternative energy that's massive, like in the 100 megawatts, like once we have like a free 100, 200 megawatts, sure, I can leave the setup so that we can change these over. But if I'm not using productivity modules, we're only going to need like 15 again instead of 38. But that will cut our power drain down by, well, a lot. 1.7 megawatts times 38 versus 100 kilowatts times 15. Wow. We can do the entire... That's nuts. Basically, what we were trading was 23% more productivity for one machine of the 38 using more power than 15 that can fully utilize the drills. And all we got out of that was 26% extra or 23% extra productivity. I'm not sure that's a great use of power now that I'm thinking about it. That's crazy, because 100 times 15 is 1.5 megawatts. Which is less than a single 4-slotted productivity machine. I mean, maybe there's a ratio here where you put, like... you don't just go all in on productivity. You go, the tier 2 efficiency. So you could put, like, 2 of those in... 2 of those. That would get you to 500. Well, I guess you could go... You could go 1 productivity and 3 efficiency. You still use a little bit more power. I'd also need to make the better efficiency modules. But we would be using 40% instead of 20% power. Plus 60, plus 60, minus 60. Or sorry, plus 60, minus 60, minus 60. Oh wait, no, we could get 60. You need 1 to counteract it, another one... I guess we could go 1 Mark II productivity, 1 Mark II efficiency, 2 Mark I efficiencies. And then you would have minimum energy back down to 100 kilowatts. It would still be a bit slower, so you need to add a couple extra machines. But you'd get 6% more. That's just... no. Beacons we don't have yet because they're way further down the tech tree. Unfortunately, I think it's space exploration has really bottlenecked a lot of the good stuff beyond rockets. And the main thing is I just ran out of resources, so I needed an alternative resource income, and then I kind of got stuck trying to optimize, and I think that was actually kind of a waste. I mean, it's good practice. And I mean, we've got these. We can still use these machines, but we don't need them. This is 13. We need 15 of them. So like from here on out. Oh, dang. Yeah, there's that too. It's gonna be hard to get rid of them, but I can still use them to connect up my other core drill, because that's gonna be 2 drills up north. I can still connect the other 2. That means I can just duplicate this part and have both. I mean, I can just have it from the left side. I can use 30 of these instead of 38 and have 4 drills running. which is way better than 23% extra productivity for... Yeah, okay, I take it back. The productivity has struck again and wasted my time. This is why I generally use efficiency. It's just cheap and easy, and you don't have to think about it very much. It beat me again. The beacons further add complexity to it. I don't know if I would even want to use them on pulverizers. These are really big machines, so you'd have to have a lot of beacons. Like, I don't know, maybe 2 to 1 or something. But it's not like you could put like 5 or 6 inside the radius and get some good efficiency. Anyway, let's put that on hold. That was an interesting project that I need to finish up. So we need to get the actual the goods out of it, basically. And that just means we need some of these, basically. And then we'll sort it out. So we're gonna go copper, iron. Raw rare, coal, and stone. Don't forget stone. And technically uranium, although we don't know how to use it yet. And just clean those up a little bit. Oh, no. Let's open this up now. Seeing as I switched it back to efficiency, running them actually is not really a problem anymore. This will fill up eventually, but it's fine. Yeah, the power drain is just going to be... Well, we're still actually not making enough power, but comparatively much less of a problem. Yeah, let's just... Gonna connect this quickly for now. It's not gonna be pretty, but this will get 15 connected, and if we could power it, which again we might not be able to in just a second, we're gonna ignore all these. We're gonna reconnect this part. And that will theoretically give us enough core fragments. I have to reconnect the right side too. That's where it used to connect up. I did change things around a couple times here to make a mess. You can just... Yeah, we can have it connect up in here. This is fine. Famous last words, of course, but... Now, the whole goal was to get this on both sides of the lane. Once upon a time. So I'm still gonna go through my little trick, I guess. Call it a trick. We don't want that. Okay, once this evens out, we should have a full red belt that can run. Now, I never calculated this without this. See, I did the output math based on the productivity modules. Now that we stripped those, they're actually running faster, which has increased the throughput. Which means we probably can't get out with a single red belt the way this is set up. So once again... we should get just enough core fragments to run 15 if we have the power for it, at least. We don't. Also, these are not connected up to the outputs yet. I skimped. Well, I was going with 13 instead of 15, so... Makes sense. Yeah. Okay. That should allow those to work. This should connect up. So, Pyroflux is getting turned into steam, which is helping to power our thing. It's running full, and I did build some more turbines. This was part of the plan, was to see if I could build enough turbines to burn through all of the Pyroflux, just so we could calculate if I did my math right or not, basically. Maybe I didn't build any more. Yeah, I got a couple. Ah, right, I ran out of stuff. Alright, well, we'll have to pick up some more resources back in base. I think I can fit one more along here as well. Yeah, I feel like this has definitely not been the most... you know, I could have just placed down another 1,000 wind turbines. I say 1,000. They're 20 kilowatts each. 1,000 would be 20 megawatts. So, you know, that would have paid for the drill, basically. But we are sort of running out of space a little bit, so maybe that wouldn't have been the best solution. Gears, also more... Our base is still working. I mean, we're not doing much with it right now, but it's nice to see, you know, the lines filled. The iron technically hasn't quite run out, and we're almost at the point where we can switch over to the new base. It's almost done. Just got a little bit of power to worry about, and then you know, the smelting. Actually, for now, I just want more efficiency modules, and I should have a chest full of them somewhere down here. I was busy making all these red ones, but now I regret that. We ran out of red science? Oh, man. What's happened while we were gone? We still have acids. We have no copper. Oh. We also have very little coal. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, 0 copper. Wait. Well, that's not good. What's happened with the copper? I mean, I guess it's coming in. It's just oof. This is not right. Something has gone wrong. Is it the power? Yeah. We're not getting full output. And that's stifling our copper. That's the only copper we got. Ooh. Alright, power. I mean, I'm literally building the solution for that right now. It's fine, it's fine. And we're close. Power. So yeah, we can't turn on research or rocket stuff until we get this copper power situation at least a little bit more sorted out. And I think, like we talked about it, there really isn't a lot of copper near our base. Like, even if we wanted to fight out through the hordes, where was the closest copper? Like, there really is not very much. We got lots of iron and water and uranium, and I think this might be the closest copper. Literally the only one we can see. And yeah, we could fight our way through 2 or 3 or 4 bases for another 1.5 million copper. That still wouldn't last super long, just a little bit longer. But I would have to extend a long way out there. Well, I was hoping to have an alternate solution. Trying to use fancy technology. Alright, let's get these things deployed. Turbines. Turbines down. So that puts us to 30, and then should be 10 left at the other base. Assuming we have enough steam for it, which Looks like it's breaking about even at this point. It's a bit tricky to calculate because as the power goes up, the drill works faster and we get more pyroflux to make more steam. So it's actually a nice system. I like this system. I don't know if it gives us enough power. But the idea is these run as the drills and the pulverizers work. As they produce the ore, they also produce the stuff that powers it all. And if they shut off, sure, these can shut off as well, because that's fine. But, again, I kind of think I overestimated just how much power they would give me. And, although it's pretty good, I don't think it's enough to run the whole base. Also, we're going to have to rearrange something here. Why aren't these guys in the water? Why? Oh. Yep. How come no one yelled at me? Alright, that'll explain that one. What about this one? You're good? You're good. Alright, so the 15 should be working. They might not be outputting at full because they can't fill up the belts fast enough. So let's split one off here. No yelling. Well, you could just give me a little shake, you know. I should calculate how many of these belts I actually need. Or we could just watch it and see if 2 is enough. It probably isn't. There's always a bit of a backlog to catch up with, but... Well, for one, we don't have to do that. Still red? We're not getting enough mining done. Almost have enough power. Well, there is one other factor that I didn't know how to math out. What's the reduction to diminishing returns? And I couldn't tell you. What I can tell you is that it's mostly fully powered at this point. Mostly. And it's not quite giving me 15 per second. Which means we won't need quite as many pulverizers, if that's what we're going to get. I also never set up the pollution control. So we're making a big polluting stink out here. I totally meant to get that fixed. Let's go do that. I got so many things in this base to remember. Oh, jeez. I have the system already. I just forgot to give it the inventory, basically. Well, hopefully we do. We'll find out here in a second if I got it set up. But I should have been building purifiers. Yeah, we got lots. Good victory music for actually having set up something important. So if I put a couple hundred of these on each loop, that should last them, I don't know, a while. Definitely should have done this first. But let's make sure it works. We want to see these 3 turn on. Low power. They only use 77 kilowatts. Well, they might not do their full job, but if we keep an eye on the pollution meter here, it should go down as they work. Assuming there's power for them to work. Maybe they turn off first with low power. Oh, I did miss something though. I forgot the dirty side. Alright. In theory, that'll last... Yeah, now they're green. So, I mean, it's just down to power, but that'll eventually work. Yeah, I actually have trees. I haven't done them in a while. We did some math, or someone told, like, check the wiki. Apparently, each tree is like 1/1000th of a pollution per second or something. Although it doesn't show you in game. I mean, maybe the mods changed it as well. So I've done a little bit of tree planting, but it really takes forever in this build. Yeah, I made a couple little tree walls here. But if the people who checked the wiki weren't lying, each one of these crafted trees is something like 1/1000th of a pollution per second. The air purifier is 75 pollution per minute. So I feel like if that's 75,000 trees, I mean, we've been building trees for a while, but we still only have 2,000, which might only be 2 pollution a second. Maybe. I don't know. It just took a very long time to build them, and it was much easier to make the air purifiers. So I think this mod pack, assumes you're going to use the air purifiers. But what do I know? Here I was thinking that Pyroflux would power my base. Alright, that's 40. That's probably more than we'll get Pyro, but we'll see. We do technically have some steam surplus at the moment. We are turning all Pyroflux into steam as quickly as possible, short of adding more speed modules, of course. Which is a little bit counterproductive because you consume power with, right? But you do get a lot of power from the steam, at least. But still not enough. Alright. It looks like we're no longer backed up. Yeah, this is looking good. Green lights, yellow light. Why did this have a yellow light? Must just be the low power warning, I guess. It's hard to check when there's low power, but it looks like, other than getting enough, and the thing is, we are wasting power right now by filling this up. I can once again turn that off and save some power, because we haven't got to the next step yet, but it's pretty much ready to go. Meteors outside the base is fine. There you go. You can see the pollution guys eating. I guess looking at how the tiles work, maybe I should have put them on the other side, because the drill is actually in a different square, whatever you want to call these, than where I put it. But I think the pollution, like if you have an empty pollution, it just flows from high concentration to low concentration. So this still kind of sucks in the nearby areas. Although we're probably polluting more than we should. just a little. But yeah, it looks like the anti-pollution is working. Should have set that up first, but, whoops. Just evolving the biters a little bit. Well, power. We got 2 options, realistically. Well, we could burn the oil, right? How does that work? Got 3 options. I haven't ever done this one. Gas power station. Burns fluid to produce energy. Inefficient, but easy. I'll build one. I've never done this one. I always use solar, generally speaking. Coal to steam and then solar. But let's build a gas station. We'll decide if this is worth our effort. And there's no reason we couldn't use some of the excess oil from this whole thing. I mean, I do need to turn this into sulfuric acid for the smelting process. But for now, I mean, maybe we just need some power, right? Well, it's pretty easy. How much do we get? Nothing? Ah, we're fine. Nothing to worry about. That's another way to see who needs trees when you just kill all your enemies. The biters, they're like trees. Just like trees. Apparently this is not how to do it. Burns fluid to produce energy. Right? I mean, we're not... I guess maybe it's lower priority than solar and steam, but... Okay, I want to see if this works, so let's turn everything on again. I do really like the pattern, how these fill up. Nice stag. That part I appreciate. Hey there, Dirigible. So now we definitely don't have enough power, and it's definitely not providing anything. It should consume 6 per second, which isn't that much. So what if I don't understand. Gas power station. I mean, it says it has oil in it. Crude oil, 116 of 200, right? Like, that's... Can't rotate it. Can it not burn crude oil? Does it have to be processed? Huh. See, it says, now it says red, no input fluid. Connect it up. It's green working, but it's not making any power. This is part of the power network. Pretty confident. This is not a separate power network. It's part of the main grid. Mystery. Well, I guess if it doesn't work, it's not going to save my game. I thought for sure this would be a way to do it. Well, that's dumb. If anyone knows how to turn on a gas power station, huh? I mean, I could take it somewhere else and try different liquids, but I don't know why you couldn't burn oil. I'm looking at those wind turbines and thinking, probably should put some more down. Let's try refined oil. We've got, these are full of light oil here. Let's just hook that up, see if it does anything with light oil. Still doesn't want to work with light oil either. Huh. Still 0 megawatts. I mean, depends on if... I would assume it would be a lower priority than wind turbines. Looks like the walls are fine, I think. Huh. Well, that's annoying. On the plus side, I do have a couple other real options that should work. Somewhere in here is an important chest. We've got a few solar panels. You know, as you do. So, with those, if we wanted, what are they, 100 kilowatts each? So that's not as amazing, because you only get it half of the time, approximately, but, you know, 50 kilowatts per panel, assuming you've got batteries. Batteries are also nice for your load. You right? Like, if that happens, the batteries chip in and balance it out a bit. And I should have... you know, a fair number of accumulators. You know, that's probably enough. 1,000 or so. You guys are okay, right? Yeah. They're in the repair network. It's the pollution. It's just making all the enemies over here really angry. It's because I turned it all on. And in case that wasn't enough, biomethanol. I don't think I have any of that hooked up, but just a sec. I also have a chest with a fair number of just turbines. These just work all the time. So 690. They're only 20 kilowatts each, but that is another 14 megawatts of perma power if I plug them in. It's half of a core drill. Biomethanol, maybe I have. What is this I get over here? Nitric acid and fertilizer. I don't think I made any biomethanol actually. Wood, oxygen, steam. Oh, you still have to use steam. That's not ideal. This is at a fuel refinery. Oh, yeah. I don't use fuel refineries that much. It's just one of those buildings I just haven't built a lot of. I use them just to make fuel, you know. The ye old fuel for tank. So it just consumes steam. It doesn't have to be any specific temperature. Oxygen is mostly free, and wood is... we got lots of that. The trouble is just getting steam nearby. I mean, would it be worth boiling steam? I also haven't used these. But yeah, you can boil steam or boil water. Thing is, I was led to believe this lost power. Like you wouldn't want to boil water to make steam to run a steam turbine to power it, because you'd lose 10% or something of the power you put into it. But maybe fueling into biomethanol with basically you're consuming the wood as the power source, sorta. Yeah, maybe. Doesn't really say how much power. 1 megawatt. No, you can't drop a meteor on my wall. Cheater. This game's a big fat cheater. Yeah, we'll try. This is all for funsies. What is getting sidetracked on new projects? No. We'll need another atmosphere condenser. I never tried those gantries out either. That was on my list. Atmosphere condenser. Don't worry about it too much. I know you can download blueprints, but I like to just. I know it takes a lot longer, but I enjoy Factorio just figuring things out on my own for the most part. You know, a couple hints now and then is fine, but straight up just taking blueprints is not generally what I'm looking for. How fast is this thing? 20 seconds, super slow. Well, we'll even make it use less energy, sure. Alright, we'll throw in free oxygen. Bit of a mess. Alright. Nope, that was the wrong one. Looks very similar, but isn't. Oxygen. I don't know if I'll make enough. That's another one I didn't double check. This makes 30 per second. We need way less than that. So that's going to make overkill. I meant to pick up a bunch of efficiency mods, and then I got sidetracked. Let me go see if I can find those again. I used to have a setup for them somewhere around here. Yeah. And then I demolished it, but we still got, you know, a couple to have. All right, let's keep this silly build going. The power test. The idea is to use the wood. All right, so we've got, and we can expand this very easily if it is useful. It's fine. We can expand this pretty quickly. So we do need water, which sometimes I have a pipe just laying around, like down here. A little bit hard to connect that water. And if it does use a lot for steam, then it's probably better to have a dedicated pump anyway. Probably. Pump. Logistics. Nope. Those are the wrong... I get it that this pump produces water from the lake, and this pump pushes water from from through the system. But yeah, it mixes me up all the time. Just need to over here. We can just go up and around. Still a little bit underpowered, so it's a good time to test it. Is this... Oh, I can't... Well, no, I can use this. I just can't turn it along this line. It just has to be underground only pipe. And because I don't know how I'm going to do this exactly, this is all just a test build. We're going to throw that boiler in here. It is an electric boiler, so it shouldn't need... Okay, you can run them in serial, actually. That's quite nice. So you could just, you know, the water comes in, keeps going through. It does produce pretty high amounts of steam, about 100 per second-ish. So that's... It's just a matter of what we actually get out of this for the amount of power and how much wood. I mean, we've got a pretty good wood producer right now, so it's not a big problem. Wood can be an interesting bottleneck because the greenhouses are pretty slow. I don't like seeing the fertilizer not moving. What's going on with that? Yeah, we still had some problems with the oxygen. I should really just... I was trying to share it, right? Because we have two things that use oxygen and... the both outputs could be used in the system, the oxygen and the hydrogen. But it's like no matter how I set it up, there's always one that manages to bottleneck. I can put a flare stack on one end, but it still always happens. So our wood is actually not at full production because we're not getting enough fertilizer. Let's just add another flare stack. It's fine. I still haven't found out a good way of prioritizing liquids. Splitters and stuff work pretty good for... I'm having a hard... I mean, you can do the one-way pumps and stuff easily enough, but that's not exactly the solution we need here. I need, like... I need to burn oxygen, but only if it's not needed here. So I need, like, a priority that goes left first and up if it's like an overflow valve. And I don't think I have overflow valves, so maybe they unlock later. Anyway, that should turn this back on, and those will turn back on, yada, yada, yada. Meanwhile, this guy's making that biomethanol. So far, we are spending some amount of power, up to 5 megawatts, plus, 200 kilowatts, plus 80 kilowatts, thanks to efficiency, to get this biomethanol, which in theory we throw into the new the gas power station that I haven't really played around with. Alright, so it didn't like oil or anything, but it does work on biomethanol. Interesting. It'd be better if it said on the description what it used. It looks very dirty. Kind of noisy, too. But it makes 4.5 megawatts, which is pretty good. So it only consumes, 6 per second is not very much. We can make 6 per second. Crafting speed of 1. No, it's 100. Yeah, 120 in, 120 steam in, 120 biomethanol out. Takes 20 seconds, so you get 6 per second, which is what this uses. So 1 fuel refinery per gas power, so you can take the power of this directly deducted, but it's not too bad. Oxygen, you get 30 per second, and we're consuming not very much, 3 per second. Okay, so 1 oxygen atmosphere condenser can cover like 10 of these. And then the boilers, it's 6 per second again, same as the other thing. And these guys make tons, like 100 per second. I'd say you can do a lot more than 4 gas turbines, unless I'm missing something here. You could run like 15, 16 probably. 15. But you need enough wood for 1. But it doesn't use that much wood, really. I guess that's not bad. It's really noisy, though. That machine has one of the louder background sounds. It's going to take a really long time to get my fertilizer chain going again here. I'm pretty sure I have enough biolabs to fuel it. It's just the cycle is like a full minute to get 5. Anyway, the trees haven't totally run out, so we're doing okay. Man, we still do not have... The power is just not enough for this base. So if we wanted to go straight into gas... I guess as long as you're making enough wood. And I don't think we're running out of wood anytime soon. I did go pretty hard on the wood production. How much is it? It's each one of these is, oh, it's like less than 1 wood per second. Oh wow, yeah. So 1 wood per second covers 4. Interesting. Okay, so actually that's practically free then. That's actually way freer than I thought. Because one of these machines, assuming it's, working, which it's not because everything's shut off, we get more than 1 wood per second from 1 greenhouse. 80 and 60. 80 wood per 60 seconds. So I think we could branch off the wood from a couple of these, like maybe 3, and do like a chain down there. Sure, let's give this a shot. Why not? We'll do like 10. Or what did I say? 15, right? It's 6 water. You get 94 water from the boiler, or 94 steam per second. It's 6 each. 10 of those is 60, 15 of those is 90. So theoretically we can do 15 out of 1 boiler. Seems simple enough. We'll certainly find out if it works. Alright, so we've got the boiler. We'll probably need 1 more atmospheric condenser, because I think it was 10 to 1 for those. But they're pretty cheap. And then we're going to need a whole bunch of fuel refineries and a whole bunch of gas plants. Yeah. So we're going to buy some bigger engines and... 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, we got enough resources for that. Let's just go pick up some of the big engines. These guys here. And try to build power stations. Yeah. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 should be enough, but I didn't have. Alright, it's going to take a bit to build it all, but it's also going to take me a while to set all the stuff up. I'm glad we didn't set up laser turrets. As much as I like laser turrets, power has not been our friend this run. Alright, so we'll go dedicated pump again, just for... Well, I didn't calculate how much water it uses, but I think the pumps make, again, practically infinite water. 1250 per second. It's very unlikely that that's ever going to be the problem. Thanks, bots. You're really helpful. Alright, somewhere around here will be fine. Throw that boiler down. You also queue up some more poles. So I'm going to take... these are 1 per second, or 1 point... I don't know, like 1.2 per second or something. It was 4... Forget my ratios now. I believe we could fuel 4 fuel refineries with 1 would... Like 1 would... They each use... Oh, let's just put it down. They use 1 wood in 4 seconds. So if you make 1 per second, you can cover 4 of them. If you make more than 1 per second, you can cover maybe 5. We're going to put 15 of them down, which means we want 4 greenhouses worth of wood. Alright. It doesn't seem like the base needs them, so we're going to take it. We got lots of space. We can just run this sort of lazily. I'm gonna go south. I think 15 is a lot, though. We're gonna need a lot of space. This doesn't look good. Oh, that's the core drill stuff that we're not really doing right now. That's the... Yeah, that's for core fragments. We can move that later. Alright, so... $15 fuel refineries. we do need to give them the oxygen and the steam. So for connection in parallel, let's do... I can pipe the oxygen in. We got lots of underground pipes. We could do it like this. Have the connections on the side, and then just like that. The bioethanol will just run straight into the power plant, basically. Although they're pretty big, so you might want to alternate them. 1, 2... We'll give them a little bit of room for piping. But I'm pretty sure it was just 1-to-1. Like... 6 per second, 6 per second, right? Like, none of that is actually... We don't need any parallel belting kind of thing on that side. Then 1 power pole down the middle. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just that. Probably put the steam actually on the other side here. All right. Yeah, okay. We'll just go south from here. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm gonna run out of space. 11, 12. Yeah. At least we made a fair amount of room in our base, you know. Alright, that should be 15. Yeah, it takes up some room, but I guess if this does give us the power to solve our issues right now, then can't complain about it. I have to move some of these, but... it probably won't be in the bot logistic network because I haven't built a lot of stuff on the south end here. But... we'll just rebuild that a little bit further south. We can use that as our power connector if we want. All right, we'll get the... oh, no. We'll get these connected up quick. Yeah, I thought about it. I just figured it was easier to go south than to offset it. This way, I could mirror it and have another wall of 15 to the right. I think that's a little bit more space efficient than trying to have these guys side by side and then having them, you know, 2 layers there. I mean, I don't know. It depends on your spacing. I don't think it makes a huge difference for me, but... I had a bit of an idea, so I just went with this. Also, this means nice straight symmetry, you know. But yeah, I mean, there's a million ways to do these sorts of things. There is a mod pack that I was looking at for this Factorio that works kind of like the old Skyblock or Ocean Block Minecraft style thing where you start just with nothing and all the recipes build from, you know, harvesting stuff and building the world around you. Never been totally my thing, but it's a pretty cool idea. If this whole point of this is to make power, I think spending a megawatt each is not a good idea. Okay. Then we got to get the steam. Good old steam. So I think I'll just do lazy connection for that. Did I get the water? The water should be... Right, I just forgot to turn it back on. Yeah, we'll just... I usually do undergrounders, but this should be fine. Now, I'm assuming that I did my math right and we're going to be getting enough steam. We'll have to double check my very quick head math is right. If we need to add another steam turbine, it's not a big problem, I suppose. But... And technically, we could get our steam for free rather than boiling it. If we wanted to combine this with one of those drills. Which... It depends on how much power this thing actually uses. We'll see once everything's running. 5 megawatts is still quite a lot. I mean, I guess we're getting that from one of these, basically. So, we get 1 out of the 15 is upkeep, right? If it's 4.5 megawatts, and this thing uses 5, 1.5 maybe, because you gotta cover all these little 200s. I don't know, probably like 2 or so. Sort of just consumed for upkeep, but it should be very net positive anyway. Where's my atmosphere doodad? I'll do the same thing with this, the old lazy style. We'll just put it... Nah, I'll give it a little bit more space. We'll do it like this. We don't have to build super tight. We've got some room. And I will need another atmospheric condenser. If I remember correctly, 1 was enough for about 10. So 15 will need a second. Power. Alright, I'll add the one on the bottom. I don't think it makes a huge difference. Gases and pipes tend to move pretty quickly, but I suppose it makes a bit of sense that you might want one on both ends to keep the flow even or something. I don't know. We should probably still make those slightly more energy efficient because they use quite a lot as well. Okay, so if this works, we'll see in a second. Oh, do these might share fuel between them, actually. This is a thing that I'm not used to. I don't know if it's a mod thing or it might be in vanilla by now. But just like how we eventually connected the water through the in-outs of the wood greenhouses, which normally you'd have to have like pipes on all of them, right? These guys have in-outs as well, so I think if you had one pipe in that had all of them, you could just make an infinitely long chain. Well, maybe not infinite, but yeah, you could probably make a huge square with one pipe in and, you know, a 16 by 16 grid of these, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, maybe that's what chat was mentioning. However, they're not... I guess it's 20 seconds to get cracking. Yeah, okay, there we go. Well, we're getting, it should be 15 times 4.5 if they're all running. Looks like it's working there. I mean, it'll also scale down to production needs. I think it's just going to take a little while to fill up, but no, it should have enough. Everything's got a green light. These guys make exactly as much as these guys use, so... I mean, it might stutter at the very end, depending on the pipe. But no, I think that'll be pretty much 100%. Because it won't run at 100% all the time. If it's not running at 6 per second, then this will actually back up. I'm pretty sure. So as long as you're not running 100%, it'll be a little bit of a... These guys will have a little bit of downtime. I'm pretty sure this is correct. Looks to be working. So what do we get? We're spending 3 megawatts on refineries. 160, so say 3.2, round it up. This little boiler is using 5. So we're using about 8 well, let's say about 8.5 megawatts, give or take. To make 4.5 times 15, so 67.5. So you end up with a net about 60 megawatts overall. It does consume some tree, but the water's basically free. The tree is, I mean, practically free. You know, we do spend some fertilizer and sand, but it's pretty inconsequential. We would want to make sure that we don't run out of wood as well, although I'm pretty sure this is enough. But yeah, because of how these work, there's definitely better ways of connecting them, or there's other ways of connecting them that are more dense. But the thing is, you'd still have 1 refinery per gas station. So what you could do, I guess, is have no gaps, and then just have another layer, like, not offset, just another square behind it. You couldn't quite do a full lane, because you'd get 2 extra, like, for 15 of these, you'd get 10 more, right? I think. If you put them side by side, you get 25. And that would be enough to power an additional 10 that you could just connect to the back. You don't even need these pipes. You could just plug them right in. Maybe. Not a huge issue, but interesting. Anyway, that should certainly cover our power for a while. That's 60 megawatts or so net. Yeah, it's good. Sure. Just now, it is probably pretty polluted. Let's see here. Yeah, I see some thicker red. Pollution 24 per minute. And these guys with the efficiency ones aren't so bad. This is technically electric, so it doesn't actually pollute that bad. Well, you know, there's a solution to pollution as well, or there's a fix. And we even have water, so we can hook this up pretty easy. I've been meaning to do this more and more as we expand, and I just it's very easy to forget your projects. Somewhere right around here, I promise. There's a little build. I really do want to rebuild. At some point, once I've got a steady income of resources, I definitely want to split this up to be more sustainable and readable and useful. But it serves the purpose of there. See, it's right in front of me. I just blind. All right, you keep working on that in the background. That's good. We'll want another flare stack. So you can spread them out, but what I'll just do is put them up here in the back, because I don't intend to. Well, no. In case I double down, I'll put them up here. Space is gonna be a little tight here, but we can make it work. I think. Yeah, it's fine. Let's try to do this smart finally. Just gotta make sure I get the output on the right lane, and it'll be fine. Nope. So we're going to clean filters. I got to make sure that so the output goes on one side of the lane, and I got to make sure the other ones are on the other side. But other than that, it should be easy enough to do it like this. I do need the water. Okay, we're gonna. It's a little tight. Very compact build. Alright, so the trick was to make sure that we're inputting... These are going to put on... one more space just to make sure it doesn't mess it up. They're going to put it on the far side here, which is the inside here. This always confuses me more than it really ought to. I never remember in a straight line how they put things on belts, so we're just going to test it out again because I forget. It's not there. That is the right side. It's just, I can never remember how the game decides those sorts of things. So there, it'll only put those there. It can't clean a clean filter, and there'll be space to put the dirty ones to get clean. See you later, Dark Angel. Thanks for hanging out. That should be pretty self-sustaining. Apparently, you lose a few of these over time. I don't know what happens to them, but they just get deleted. They will clean themselves, so they will get recycled, but every now and then you lose one. But I think a stack of 100 or a couple hundred should last for a fair while. Because even using one lasts like a couple minutes or 5 minutes or something. And then usually they just get recycled. But every now and then you lose one. Anyway, that should suck up a fair amount of the pollution for not very much power, really. That's like 150, 300. So add another 300 kilowatts or so of tax to the power system. And that's minus 300 pollution. Each one of these makes 24. So 24 times 15 is 240, 120, 360. It actually doesn't quite eat it all. So we actually should make a couple more. If we want it to be net neutral. That's 300. I think one more would be enough. But let's add 2 more to be sort of thorough. Once you've got the build, it's very easy to add a couple more. Alright. So with that, we're consuming 150, 300, 450 pollution. That should almost certainly cover all the pollution from this power station. Although it's concentrated closer to the center of my base. But basically that should stop some of the spread, or most of the spread. Maybe even all of the spread. I'm not exactly sure how the pollution meters work. It's a fuzzy system a little bit. But I could also pretty easily, if I wanted to, double this, add more there. You could, it's kind of got a bit of a setup, right? I could do the same thing as this on the right side. I could probably even just copy it with drones and mirror it to the right, and bingo, bango, bongo. Yeah, cool. All right, so we got sidetracked, but that was a good sidetrack, because that's probably more fun than setting up another gigantic wind power farm or another solar panel alternator accumulator setup. Done that before. So let's have a look at what's going on up north. I still think burning the pyro flux steam as a bit of a baseline to cover the very expensive drill and pulverizer. I think it's still a good idea to be burning the power. I have no other use for it, and I don't want to just store it. So I think that's fine. Because we couldn't actually burn the oil, it turns out there was no value to having a gas station for the oil, which is kind of weird. You'd think there'd be some kind of power out of oil. There must be some way to get power out of oil. I mean, technically, you can turn it into solid fuel and throw it in a burner turbine, I guess, right? Yeah, I mean, that's probably what you'd have to do. Different step, but I'm pretty sure you could just do that, right? It's probably also at the fuel refinery. That would still generate you steam eventually, and everything with power is steam, you know, that's the rule. You can't do oh, you can do petroleum gas. So you'd have to refine it, crude to gas, gas to solid fuel. And if I remember correctly, this is not a super efficient recipe. So you'd be better off doing the advanced one and then using heavy oil or something, mostly. But then it's more buildings. And then the solid fuel, I'm pretty confident you can throw into a burner turbine instead of coal and use this to heat the water. And I suppose if you wanted to be efficient with your gigantic tree farm, you get more power from the steam. Even the steam you get from pyro or from that burner chain through the oil to the solid fuel. You should get more power by turning into biomethanol than you do from just these steam turbines. Actually, let me think about that. It's basic 100C steam is 10 steam is 750 kilowatts. We must be doing better than that. But how much better? So the steam is 1-to-1, although we're adding other stuff, so it's not totally free, but if you just had the same 10 steam to 750 kind of ratio, this thing shoots out 120 steam, but it only consumes 6 of it per second. Yeah, so 6 per second is giving us 4.5 megawatts, and effectively of steam. 10 seconds in a turbine, 10 per second in a turbine, only gives you 750. So you get way, way, way more. 30 times, nearly 40 times more power by adding oxygen and wood. So that's, if you have the, I think that's the thing, is I guess if you have the wood production, you should take all your steam and turn it into biomethanol then, I guess. Interesting. That's definitely not the chain I was expecting. That doesn't even sound totally reasonable with physics. We're still growing the wood in a greenhouse, spending power, but we get so much wood that it breaks the conservation of something or other. It's fine, you know. Beggars can't be choosers and all that, but yeah, I feel like we're getting a lot more power out of it than maybe you should. The trees grow too quickly. You can't grow a full tree with 80 pieces of wood in a minute. That's the real life equivalent. Is you can't just grow a 60-foot tall oak tree in a minute. That's the problem. Well, it's all good. So that means the next step up here is to start processing ore, I guess. And we would want to use acid. So we need to, like, throw some iron plates to get it started. But then we want to have it smelt the iron make iron plates, send some of it to the sulfuric acid connector, and then have it feedback loop to make the all the plates. But do I have enough time to get that done today? I'm gonna put these back down. You guys just stay there. So I've got the oil. The next step from oil was just to turn it to gas. Oh, I did the math on this before. I should be able to copy what I did here. We needed 4 refineries for 1 drill. And now we've got 2 drills, so we should need 8. I'm not going to double check my math, but I believe in past Ankylo. And then 8 of those should make enough gas to run. Here it was... Where did I run it? I ran it over this way. Can't quite see it. 3... I'm pretty sure it was 3 chemical plants. We'll go check. Because we're just going to double that system. Man, if we just built more bioethanol, we wouldn't need that giant wind turbine. Alright, so yeah, we've got... theoretically... enough. I don't know. Yeah. Well, no, it's 4 to 3 to 1. And it was actually like 2.5 to 1. So, 8 to 5 to 2. I'm pretty sure something like that will work. I mean, we could add a couple extras. Not the end of the world. You don't have to have everything down to the perfect ratio, as much as I like it that way. And then we're going to use a lot of sulfuric acid in the enriching process. I'm still going to enrich it. I might not be doing the productivity on the miner or the pulverizer, but I am going to enrich it. Oh, you could productivity it again, so you could get 23% more from the pulverizer, and then you could get another 15 or whatever % from this as well. Multiply that ore. Honestly, maybe one day, but not right now. I guess if once you get your power set up. There's a grid. Oh, it's a debug button. Yeah, I'm not sure about the... I mean, yeah, like the pollution... You get a reasonable view of it on the map with the overlay. The numbers would help, but they might... I mean, yeah, it might be a bit much. As long as my... Well, if I had logistics, see, that's the main thing. If I just had the full advanced logistics, I would just put little things like this all over the place, where I'd have one little purifier with a receiver and a exporter or whatever, active requester, passive provider or whatever, and have a centralized cleaning station and manufacturing, and the bots would just move those around because they're very slow to consume. Once you can do that, yeah, I think pollution's over. Because all the things to build them are pretty cheap. It's just moving them around, getting them spaced around your whole base, that's the hard part, I think. Alright, so we were... Oh, I was supposed to pick up... Did I... Come on, bots. Good. I was supposed to pick up a couple more, engines, basically, so I got lucky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Oh, wait. I have to do water as well. 1... I think that's enough. 3, 4, 5, 6... We got 2 more coming. We can do... yeah, these guys are pretty easy to connect up. Because they've got big bases, lots of space. Yeah, just a belt with filters going around the whole base. Yeah, I thought about doing that for the turrets as well. You know, because it's automatic. But yeah, it kind of drives me a little bit crazy. Like, even if that is a solution. Well, for one, I didn't expect advanced logistics to take quite as long as it turns out it's going to take. I did not check the tech tree in advance far enough. So I didn't realize that I wasn't going to be getting advanced logistics for, like, a month. Did I build the wrong thing? I built 2 pulverizers. I meant to build 2 refineries. Oops. Ooh, be careful with that. Alright, oil, water. I mean, yeah, I could... I'm sure you could just do it with blueprints. You do everything with blueprints. Just to show it off. Some people maybe haven't actually seen me do blueprints. It is fine. It's not very complicated. Thing is, I don't have a personal roboport on me, so it's not really much faster. You got to wait for far away bots that are not really very well upgraded to fly around. They'll get to it eventually. Right, this is the oil. Oh, perfect. Connects right up. We'll need to get some water again. I'm not going to use recycled water for this. Oh, there's water right here. I knew I sort of knew what I was doing. Because steam power also refineries. Alrighty, getting there. Oh, I was gonna say, oh come on, how come those don't? I think I actually have unlocked the next power connectors. I just never build them. Yeah, we've got substations. I just never build them. They're great. I love substations, honestly, but I mean, they're kind of expensive. I guess I actually have to connect these to the main power. Alright, good. And we'll just, once again, do lazy connector. Okay, so if I calculated correctly, which I probably didn't, we're going to want 5 sulfur chemical plants and then 2 sulfuric acid plants. And we'll have to make sure the iron gets there. That's very important. I am gonna have a buffer. Certainly not necessary, but I like having big buffers. And we've got some space up here, so we might as well use them. Alright, and then I might want to use the gas for something else anyway, which is, at least it's processed now. And then what I said was, what's the recipe? Just more water and gas. I can bring the gas in. I think the way we do this one was just to add a space. Just to make my life a bit easier. As long as that's enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That'd be a little bit closer. Pushing my luck here. Okay, as long as it doesn't intersect that line, we're okay, I think. Oh, also, I suppose, given power is a little bit of a concern, these massive refineries do burn a lot of electricity. And I don't really think I care about speed or productivity on these kinds of things. I'm trying to think of when I would care. It's more limited resources you care. When you're just getting them from an infinite source, I don't think we need the infinity. Okay, let's do it like this. Okay, gas, and then water, and that will come. A little bit easier to see what's going on if you keep them separated. I was thinking of like pumping the water down here from this one, but I think having kind of like a main is a little bit better because you can see. Yeah, we're gonna do undergrounds again. I'd have to add one whole vertical tile, which we can't, to get around the undergrounds. I just spaced it too close. Yeah. You do pay a premium for using underground pipes, but I mean, they're great. Okay. Power. Good. Okay, once again, we'll do the efficiency. I should probably set up some new efficiency module manufacturers, because, let's be honest, this is the ones I use. Alright, so it turns out you probably should belt your sulfur, even though you produce it pretty mass quantities, but you can turn sulfur into acid a lot easier than you can make sulfur out of petroleum. So you need a lot more of these machines. Not ideal, but extra powerful. Okay, in theory, 2 more and we're done. I think I'll leave a gap. One, 2 gap. Yeah, so that's where the iron's gonna go. We need water. That won't work then. I guess the iron comes on the other side. Yep. Can we... This time, can we sneak it down, though? Not really. We'll have to belt it in from the side. Also, that kind of messes up. It's not the best. You know, we'll make it work. Alright, and then the iron then instead will be here. And like I said, once we get this all hooked up, we'll definitely need to prime it with some starting iron, because we will need the acid to make more iron, basically. But we can throw in a few even right now, honestly, and it should make enough to get the system started up once we get everything going. Let's get that water. Okay, hopefully we don't run out of water from that pump, but also, I'm not sure if one regular inserter can keep up. with this? No. Usually you'd want to use like a quick inserter, but maybe a double red will do it. Not 100% on that. Technically we can rearrange some stuff if it's not enough. And yeah, we just want to store that sulfuric acid for now. Looks like it almost can get fast enough. We need some loaders. Yeah. Problem is this pipe. I mean, I can use a fast inserter too, or whatever, but if I rearrange... Actually, what I should have done, maybe all along, was this, and then just move them up. I'm going to waste a little bit of acid here. Because we're only doing 2, I can get away with this. It wouldn't work if we were doing more than 2, I don't think. Because they've got water on both ends. And I'm pretty sure a fast inserter will cover it. Well, actually, I'm not sure. Now that I think about it. No, it should be fine. I think it'll be fine. So I can technically move all this up a tile now, but whatever. Yeah, it doesn't quite get enough. So you need like a fast and a regular or something to keep it up. The loader would work, but then I'd have to split down or something. You can't... It needs like a full in. It can't pull off the line, I don't think. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. The throughput is almost moot anyway. Okay, that's one side done. Stack inserters, yeah, I mean, also, we just need the upgrades, right? Like, right now, these carry 2. Eventually, the fast inserters, we have to carry 3, and then that'll be enough. Stack inserters can hold 5 right now. This is like expensive inserters. We're deluxe mode now. It depends on the speed of the belt, too. Yeah, because it gets 5 at a time, it's fine. But legitimately, we run into belt throughput. There's always a bottleneck. You'll never get rid of them all. And if you get rid of them all, that just means you can be building more of your final product faster. So, that'll cause a new bottleneck. That's why I usually just try to focus on ratios. If I get the ratios right, then it doesn't matter too much. Generally. Throw in a couple buffers, have some reasonable ratios, and you're okay. Okay, anyway, that'll fill up soon enough, and we'll have a bunch of acid. We ran out of oil because it's not running. As soon as it starts to run, we'll make more oil, and that'll turn back on, just like everything else. That's fine. Okay, so the next step. This is where it gets a little bit more complicated, though. Let me have a quick look at my original thing. So we need chemical plants to enrich copper, iron, and probably raw metal, raw earth, raw, rare, whatever. Oh, don't you need special tech for that? I thought it was like... Maybe I played some other mods, but yeah, there's the near inserter and far inserter thing. I don't remember how that worked exactly. Is that just like a vanilla mechanic these days? Anyway, I'm going to do some math on chemical plants to enrich, and then we're just going to send everything to get smelted. So the acid will be used for at least copper and iron. The iron has to end up here as well, or at least a little bit of it. Let's keep these going as long as we can, basically. Although it, yeah, I mean, 20,000 acid should be more than enough for now. Well, Shift I brings up the information InformaTron. So if there is a way to change them... Oh, Shift L. Literally says it right there. Well, that's very convenient. I didn't know you could do that. It says right there, of course, so if you pay attention. That does make some things easier, for sure. Yeah, that's good. Good to know, I guess. Yeah, I remember having separate machines for that, basically, but it's all good. Alright, cool. Right, so... Always under attack. I'm just glad our defenses have been holding, because I haven't really spent much time looking at defenses lately. Alright. So, chemicals. Chemical. We're gonna need more chemical plants. We do have lots of furnaces, though. That's good, at least. Alright, so enriching, we'll start with iron, so we can get this automatic. We have to handle the excess water, and we're probably just gonna burn it. Because I don't feel like... You can technically clean it and throw it back into the system, but it just wastes my life. Maybe if we get to a planet with literally no water on it, I will try to figure out a reasonable recycling system. But for now, recycling water seems like a complete waste of time and energy. So we're going to get 2 of what we have down here. So originally, 1 drill, 7.5 pulverizers was, I think, 8? I should just do the math again at this point. I forget. It's not very complicated. You get, every 20 seconds, you get 8 ore. Unless there's a speed multiplier. There is! Every 10 seconds, you get 8 ore. There is, in our base, theoretically, enough core fragments coming in to have 15 of these running at once. So 15 times 8, 120. Divide by 10 seconds, that is 12 per second. Probably. Until we do productivity. These guys consume 9 ore in 3 seconds. 3 per second. That means I only need 4. That doesn't sound right. Now, you could put some extra in, because if there's a big buffer, you want them to burn through it quicker, but on average, 4 is theoretically as much as the drills will give us. It doesn't sound like much, so I'll probably throw in a couple extra and leave room for more if I did the math wrong. Belting around this is going to be a little bit fun, but, you know. Actually, maybe I'll do some of the back part, too. Because what we want is the furnace to output on a lane that can go there, basically. So some of this stuff's definitely not going to be here long term. It was here from previous builds. Before we had a base structure building up. I think I probably want to move the Roboport too. Now, if that messes up something... Nah, well, let's move it over just a tiny bit. There we go. That should be fine. Because I did overlap the walls a little bit extra, so we're not missing out on defenses with that, just by moving it a little bit. That's fine, we can move that. Alright. Probably ended up with a bunch of bots. Alright. Now, we're expecting this to take lots of space, so it's no big surprise. So the goal here is smelting iron, enriched iron. Again, efficiently. So, in theory... 1, 2, 3 at best. I have to deal with the water, though. It might be better to separate the enriching from the smelting, but let me just plan this out a little bit, maybe. I mean, theoretically, I only need 4 of these. I do need the acids and fresh water. So maybe it'd be better to have the... maybe better to have these down. And then up. And then on the... Like, if I do it... If I have acid coming here, we could have enriching iron upwards and then enriching copper downwards. It kind of is sort of efficient. Start somewhere around here. Might have to move the port again. And then the acids would probably have to do that, leave a gap kind of thing. That's fine, probably. The dirty water, actually, because of how this connects, we can do the same thing where we leave room for... Well, I guess it needs an inserter and an exserter. Well, the idea is the ore is coming in on the low end, probably with a long inserter. It's those liquids that make this complicated. Oh, I'm sure there are. I know about the existence of some of those fancy materials, but I know I've seen vulcanite on one of them. But yeah, our tech is still way behind. I'm sure there's better furnaces and all that, 100%. In fact, you can certainly look it up in the tech tree. There's an industrial furnace. That looks like the next tier. Double speed electric furnace, basically. Just needs space science. And even better, double speed again. And it uses a bunch of stuff. Pretty high tech. So there's at least 2 more tiers of just furnaces, and that's just using the word furnace. Who knows what else there is. That seems like a million miles away, though. Alright, how am I connecting this junk? It's always the challenge. Or... Well, I was planning on having... Yeah. Because I'm going to need... I feel like I'm going to need 3 per second. I need like a lot of inserter power. Because it's going to need 3... Basically 3 ore per second in. I think that's actually 3 regular inserters. Well, they've got the +1 maybe, but... Like, you probably need something like that to be safe. I'm not 100% sure. 2 might be enough. Let's not connect it yet, but we'll have that ready to go. We're not going to send very much iron this way. This is just like overflow iron. Actually, let's be smart about this, though. More like that. I can use the slow belts for now. Yeah. This is just going to keep getting moved further and further down. Let's just build some useful stuff in the background here while I'm trying to figure this out. That's the wrong spot for that anyway, though. Is this how I want to do it? I still have to deal with the water. We're going to consume... This is a double speed, right? So 5 iron in 8 seconds. Kind of a weird ratio. We're going to get per machine 9 in 3 seconds. So we get 3 per second. More if I clean the dirty water, but whatever. Because you can turn the dirty water into extra iron if you really care. But it's just a tiny, tiny percent. So 3 per second each. This is going to be... what's the lowest common denominator? Let's go back to like grade 3 math and just do it in your head at late at night. 5 and 8 instead of 3 per second. So we can fuel quite a few furnaces per chemical plant. Uh, 15. It takes... So basically, in divisible terms, if one furnace is 5 iron per 8 seconds, we make 3 per second, which is 24 in 8 seconds, which is almost 5 furnaces per chemical plant. That's pretty good. We will need that flare stack. Because I don't want to deal with recycling. Just do it like that. Okay, that'll get rid of excess from here. That leaves us with one output tile, or one output inserter, I guess. That should be fine. And I think I said we were going to need a few of these. I forget the number. Not very many, but a few. All right, we'll start with 5. That will get us our enriched ore, which we actually want to go left, probably, because we need more space to... We need a lot more machines to smelt it. And we now that we've got the trick, we can alternate sides. If it doesn't make a huge difference, but it is nice for sure to be able to do that. That means we can take the smelter and just run them along here. And we'll need a lot. Alright, so I'll get that cooking once we plug it in. Now, I betcha... I really doubt we need that much iron. What is it? It's going to be 1 iron per second each. So to keep both of those sulfuric acid things running, they need 2 iron per second. Iron plate per second. And... Well, I guess one of these is only 5. I guess it's like 3. That's more than I thought. And I'll take the rest to the left, and we'll figure that out as we go along, because we will want to actually use this iron that I'm taking all this work to try to connect up. Alright, we'll definitely need more smelting, and we also might as well try to make it slightly less expensive. Looks like we're going to run out of efficiency modules long before we finish the build. Also probably going to run out of time tonight, but that's a problem for a few minutes from now. And yeah, Roboport, you know, just kind of squished in here. This will be fine, though. Now that I know how much space I need, we can put it up here. Gotta love the dropping hundreds of bots feeling. That's definitely one of my favorites, too. Okay, that leaves us a bit of room to deal with the water and the iron ore, which looks like it's going to have kind of an interesting journey. We'll see if this works. I'm not a huge fan of how this is connecting up, but right, these can't be there. It's fine, we'll reconnect all that. And finally, we do need the water to go somewhere. So I was hoping to use the acid sort of to mirror iron on the north and then copper on the south. Looks like it's not going to be quite so simple to connect things up. There's got to be a better way to do this. Let me just think for a second. I really don't like the 3 long inserter nonsense. How did I do? I did something similar back here. I had in and out on the same side. I guess that's maybe smart. What's not smart is we're not getting iron again. Probably just means we're full of garbage in our box. Yeah, there's definitely a problem with the long-term use of these core drills. I don't know how I'm gonna handle this, because they're always gonna just back up, because we're not gonna use enough coal and raw rare. That's why I held off so long. I didn't have a solution to that. Well, let's just go with this for now. It's fine. We'll just have the water here and just deal with it. It's gonna take up way more space than it probably needs to, but eh. Alright, that should be water. Should be acids, just no power. Fine. Alright, well if we turn it on, that should work. It leaves me a bit of space to change stuff up too. I'm trying not to crowd it too much. Looks like we're getting enough ore with the triple. Maybe we didn't actually need them after all to be quite so crazy. Oh, yep. The one thing powering the whole base. All right, we'll also find out how our power consumption does, because we'll start turning on a couple more things. Oh. Yeah. Fun. There you go. Alright, that'll be fine. And I'll also, just because I'm not 100% sure, I'll throw another inserter here, so there's at least somewhere it can go if it's, if this is full, then this one can at least keep putting to the left. I have a feeling these first two will just shut off. Oops. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how many, furnaces this needs. I mean, we also have a huge backlog of iron, so it'll come out at a lot higher speed than it would in the long term as well. So without doing any more weird math, I'll just get these connected and try to be happy. Might as well switch some of those. Alright, that should be a good start. We have lots of space to continue along with it. So what I'll do, mostly for throughput testing, and it's not the worst thing for a long-term base, I guess, but I'll throw in a buffer warehouse, because I like them. Buffer warehouse go. We can see if the throughput can keep up. And then when we want to use this, we just add a loader and it just fills up a lane for our base. Alright, I like seeing these green lights. I feel like we're enriching ore quicker than we're burning it still, probably. But that is as we expected. We get 3 per second. Each one was almost 5, right? So 5 chemical plants is worth like 25 smelters. 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we need like 10 more. And I think this still might be more than the actual core fragments produce. So we still might be making, like if everything was running, we might actually still be making, like running out of iron ore. Like eventually this would run low, and we would have slightly less throughput because we'd have over smelted, basically. Just smelting faster than we're getting the ore. But it's also very easy to extend without really doing very much. And I will need to copy this for copper. Although I think I'm going to do that on the next stream. I did not make it nearly as far today as I was hoping. We learned some neat tricks. We made some progress, no doubt. But I was hoping to do a lot more. And if we didn't get any research at all, let's research a couple things for the end of the stream. I am gonna have the I will sort of duplicate the system here. I think it'll still work. We'll do copper on the south side, Water will come in the same. Acid will just come down and then over. And then we'll have a mirrored iron and copper smeltery. Because they come down in the same numbers. And that leaves lots of things for us to still resolve. Like steel. Steel's a process. Sand, glass, quartz, plastic. Whatever, a couple things. Yeah, that's a lot of work. Anyway, this is good to see it's working at least. And in theory, this is iron that we can ship back to our base now. And we can probably delete soon, if not ages ago, our aging iron mines down here. And the old smelters. There's very likely no iron left, you know. This is the whole point, and it did take a very long time to get here. But it doesn't look like there's much iron left, you know. I guess there's a little bit heading down to the old steel mills. But I think it's safe to say that our first iron mines and local iron and copper are done. Like, the days of this part is over. So if we want our base to work, basically, we need to get this iron and maybe this iron temporarily moving its way in here. We really need more copper than we're getting as well. And that's partially just because this is backed up. I still haven't figured out, this is honestly the challenge for next time, I think, is we've got to find a solution to something backing up. I mean, I can now that I know my little shortcut key, we can increase the throughput of these lines a little bit, which is nice. It's not a big deal or anything, but sure, we can do that. But we're gonna get bottlenecked. You know, we're gonna run into a point where we've got too much coal or iron or something, and I don't know what to do with it. I need it to work when I'm not looking at it, and I'm gonna have to, maybe I'll have to do some reading. There's got to be a way, but other than just making more and more and more warehouses to store larger and larger quantities of never to be used material. Yeah. Anyway, I think I'm gonna call that a stream here. We still got some stuff done. You know, I had some fun. Maybe not as productive as I was hoping, but got some stuff built. I might actually do a little bit of playing off stream. Sometimes it's easier to plan and get stuff going. So next stream when I start, or the next VOD if you're in the future tubers, I might have cleaned some of this up for you guys and just do a little bit of a summary at the beginning, actually. Pulverize it? Is there a recipe to just delete it that I just wasn't paying attention to? There is a... now that you mention that, maybe not the pulverizer, but the thing we used before we had the pulverizer. I don't think it was the recycling center. Crusher? I think it's the crusher. Okay, last thing for today's stream. But I might do some testing between this stream and next just to do some stuff on my own time. I don't have a lot of time for streams these days, unfortunately. Recycling facility... You could also... Okay, I mean, this actually would work. You can shake iron, copper ore, raw metal ore, probably any of the ores, and you can turn it into landfill, which is pretty dense, right? Like, that's going to take a very long time to run out of storage. But still, technically, will run out eventually. The pulverizer... Not the pulverizer. What was the one? The crusher? I think... No, you still can't put in, like... I still don't have a way of deleting... Yeah, it doesn't delete it or anything. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to straight up delete things. I'll have to have a look at it. Anyway, that's all for today's stream. Definitely need to take a break myself. So thanks for watching, folks. Hope you had a good day and have a great time.